But yeah, hope everyone is well. Obviously, next week is the week that things get really juicy. Next week is where we're going to be... Oh, hello. Have we got an issue? Is it back? There we go. Right, yeah, I was just messing around with the latency thing. I think that just caused a little bit of a problem there. But yeah, next week is going to be the big week where we're at Madison Square Garden. This week, we, of course, have got a little bit of a go-home show, but it's not going to be bad. There is no preview that's set up. Because they're always a bit delayed on a Tuesday, to be honest. But I do have a bit of information in front of me that we can have a look at in regards to a rundown. Tonight's show looks okay. Next week's going to be the big week. And obviously, people are still talking about Cena's heel turn. They're still talking about EO winning the championship. So that's been the big news of the day. But tonight, we've got Chelsea Green and Piper Niven. They're going to be taking on Sol Ruka and Zarya. As well as that, we've got Shawn Spears taking on Tony. And we've got Kalani Jordan taking on Jada Parker. So not loads of stuff there in regards to the preview. As we said, next week is what we've been building towards, because next week is going to be at Madison Square Garden. So really looking forward to that show. Tonight should be okay. And, yeah, I think that's it. I did just read that WWE have trademarked a name for a new group. I was just reading that, called The Culling. So I wonder if that's going to be the name of this NXT group. I wonder if they're going to be called The Culling. Could be. Don't know. And I don't know where they're going with that. Yeah, here. Let me do that, and that, and that. So we have got... Not that one. WWE has fired mark trademark for the name The Culling. WrestleBuzz, like, could it be for Alistair's return? Or is it that new NXT faction? I would think it's the new NXT faction, personally. I would think it's the new NXT faction. But Alistair coming back and maybe having a faction. But I feel like we've already got a group that really could do with a name. And they are taking people out. You could say they are culling people. So, you know, I could see that being their name, The Culling. Don't know how people are going to feel about that if it is that. So I'm thinking more them than him. But it's a good thought, to be honest, that he could be connected to that. So... yeah, that's a new trademark that's dropped, which has got people talking. Tyler, hello. Shout out to you. Said, I'm not sure if you got the pictures of me at Raw. I've sent them. Where did you send them? But did you send them to my Gmail account? If so, I have not had chance to look there yet. So we can do that. I can jump over there if you've sent it to my email. Boom. I don't have anything on Gmail by the looks of it. Tyler, where did you send it? But where did you send it? Brony said, I'd imagine that Rhea is going to get into a title match at Mania. Yes, but I can't see her winning, because why win it back 1 month after losing it? The whole situation is intriguing, but it's also confusing. Yeah, I get your point. Like, why would you take this belt off her to then put it back onto her? I don't disagree with you there. I mean, I think it was a big shock. It was a big surprise. Wasn't expecting it. Love it. Love being shocked. Love being surprised. It's definitely a strange one, because she'd only really just moved past the Liv thing. I mean, she'd only won that title, what was it, on the Netflix premiere. And this just felt like a bit of a mandatory challenger to me. This just kind of felt like, okay, EO's next, you know, rather than it being built up and a big deal. It just felt a bit but that's why it was so surprising. So, I mean, it really worked. So, yeah, I mean, I think she'll get into that match as well. And I agree with your point. That probably means that she's not going to win the title back so soon after losing it. So I don't think she'll be a favourite in that match. But yeah, there's no way that they're not going to use her at WrestleMania. The big news of the day is NWA and WWE working together. Natty doing the Crockett Cup, says James. Yeah, I think it's a hard one to gauge with that because I'm thinking it's probably just a situation like with Bloodsport where we can get Natty going over there, doing the odd thing, and we send someone over there, right? I don't know that it's going to be the same as like the TNA relationship. At the moment, I'm thinking it's just we're working with them, sending someone over, and it's just a way of tying up another company, right? We'll work with you, but we don't want you working with AEW type situation. I mean, I'm not aware that AEW are sending anyone. So I agree with you. Big news. I do agree with you. But I don't think this is like going to lead to the TNA partnership. Tyler said, I can send them. Well, wait, hang on. I thought you said you did send them. I'm not sure if you got the pictures. I sent them. Well, send them to Gmail. I've not seen them. So send them to Gmail. Send them to wrestlingdaze@gmail.com. I'll definitely get them that way. So, Tyler, shout out to you. Brony, right, let's get the voice working. Here we go. So what Brony's got to say.
Bronny FN. I saw some people have a theory about Bianca winning the title and Jade winning MITB. Thoughts on that, Daze? They could tease it if Bianca is innocent and didn't attack Jade.
I don't mind Jade winning Money in the Bank. I don't have a problem with that. I think that could be quite fun. Yeah, no, I don't have an issue with that. I feel like that's kind of post-Mania. I'm not really looking too much post-Mania. I'm sort of looking at the moment, like, obviously we're really locked into WrestleMania. So Money in the Bank and all that stuff, I feel like it can wait a little bit, but yeah, Bianca winning at WrestleMania, Jade winning Money in the Bank. Yeah, great. Don't have an issue with it. That SOB Travis Scott hurt Cody. He needs a receipt, says Kader. I don't know, to be honest. I don't know. I'm a bit torn on that news because I saw a video that Xavier Woods put out and he was talking about what had happened at Elimination Chamber. And he was talking about Cody and all that stuff. And he was like, man, Travis slapped him so hard, he like wrecked his eardrum and all this kind of stuff. But I don't know that he was saying that, Xavier, from a place of knowledge. I don't know that he had found that out, or if he was like, dude, he slapped him so hard, he like knocked him silly. He slapped him so hard, he messed up his eardrum. I don't know if it was not a throwaway type comment, right? Because the way it came across to me was it was a bit of a throwaway type comment. Like, it's like he hit him so hard, he slapped the shiz out of him, right? He didn't actually slap the shiz out of him. But he hit him so hard, he messed up his eardrum. Like, I really did, I couldn't tell, right? And now all of a sudden, Dave Meltzer's saying the same thing. And part of me is like, okay, has that actually happened? Or has Dave watched the Xavier Woods video that I saw where Xavier says the same thing? And I took it as, I'm not sure if he's telling the truth in this. I don't know if he's not, like, you know, exaggerating it a little bit. Or maybe Dave has heard from someone internally and it is actually news. Because the news doing the round is that Travis Scott hit Cody so hard he, like, ruptured his eardrum and all this kind of stuff. So I don't know, is the honest answer. I saw Xavier talking about it, and he mentioned something similar, but the way it came across to me was a bit like artistic license. And I don't know if Dave's not seen that and is now reporting it as news, or if Dave has heard from, like, an internal source. So I would say take it with a pinch of salt. As everything at the moment. I mean, flipping... The dirt sheets are swinging and missing like no one's business at the moment. There's a lot of stuff going on. I think WWE are really messing with them, is how it comes across. I was actually watching Tom Colohue yesterday because he was doing something that I think needs to be done. He was doing something that I've suggested should be done, and it looks like he's doing it, right? I think it can still be done better, and I think that he can improve upon it. But why is no one, and I've said this before, why is no one writing down what all the different dirt sheets report? So they reported, I feel like I should do it. Such and such reported this on this date. What was the outcome of it? Was it correct? Such and such reported this on this date. What was the outcome of it? Was it correct? Such and such reported this on this date. What was the outcome of it? Was it correct? And all of a sudden then, rather than going off gut feeling of, oh, I think they're pretty good, I think they're reliable, all of a sudden you can have like accurate scores. Fightful can have a 76% success rate. You know, PW Insider could have a 58% success rate. Dr. Chris Featherstone would be struggling right now, right? And so everyone would have a accuracy score of like, well, you reported this on the 3rd of February, and it turned out that it didn't go that way. Now, granted, some of them are going to be changes of plans. Some of them are going to be fake information that's planted. But that's going to affect everyone. That's not going to just affect certain outlets. So if someone's got a 78% success rate, I'd say that's pretty good if you're batting around that kind of range, right? But if you're someone that's got like a 50-odd percent, you know, every other thing you're saying is a load of nonsense, I'd say that's probably not a great success rate, right? So Tom Colohue was doing this, and I was actually really surprised as he was kind of going through, such and such said this, turned out it didn't happen. Such and such said this, turned out it didn't happen. I was really surprised how many times PW Insider were being mentioned. PW Insider were getting mentioned a lot for reporting stuff that never actually came through, for reporting stuff that didn't come to fruition. Because part of the problem is we talk about these things, and then on to the next day, there's a whole load of new stuff. And then on to the next day, there's a whole load of new stuff. And then on to the next day, a whole load. It's so hard to recall back to who said what, when they said it, and, you know, did it actually all kind of come through? And if it didn't, well, who do we go back to and go, you got that wrong? I mean, the Dr. Chris Featherstone is a really big example because he came out and said Drew is rumoured to be winning. I don't think he's posted since. I checked, I think, was it yesterday he hadn't tweeted. So he hasn't come out and said anything, Dr. Chris Featherstone. And he was saying that Drew was meant to win. Now, everyone knew that he had said that. Everyone knew that Dr. Chris Featherstone was, because no one else was saying it. He came out and he said it. And, I mean, his reputation has, like, really took a big hit as a result now. If I tell you that, oh, this is coming from Dr. Chris Featherstone, you're immediately going to be like, it's probably a load of nonsense then, isn't it? I mean, I really struggle to believe he's just made it up, because I just think it would be one of the stupidest things you could do if you was to do something like that. Just completely make up fake news, right? And certainly someone that had got stuff correct in the past. I've seen him get things right in the past. So he was someone that I had, as I said, not at the top with the fight falls and the wrestle votes. He was someone that was maybe that level down, but he was still someone that, like, if he said something, I was listening. And I think a lot of people were in the same boat, hence why when he said Drew, it carried some weight. It wasn't that people just ignored it. People were like, you know, it resonated because he has been right before. So I feel like that's a piece of work that needs to come in by someone, and someone will do it, because you've got WrestleNomics out there that are keeping tabs of the business side and the numbers. You got WrestleTix out there that are keeping tabs of ticket sales. Who's keeping tabs of the dirt sheets? Who's keeping tabs of the accuracy of those guys? And again, it's not to catch them out. I don't subscribe to the bashing the dirt sheets. I know what purpose they serve. I know what they do. They, you know, ask questions, find out stuff, and they let fans know that want that kind of information, right? I hate that they put out spoilers on the day of the shows, and but I get the purpose that the dirt sheets have, and you'll never get rid of them. Because even if every dirt sheet that was around now was just eradicated, you would then get new ones popping up in their place. Because, you know, people work at WWE, they have access to certain information. And that information is always going to get out one way or another. And if it gets out, it's getting out to someone. And, you know, if there's a demand, then there can be supply. So I don't think you'll ever get rid of dirt sheets. I think it's healthier and it's probably more productive. And I think it would be better for the online wrestling community if we knew categorically, statistically, factually who we could trust. Rather than people saying, oh, nah, they got this wrong the other day, they don't know what they're on about. It's like, yeah, well, they might have, but at the moment they're operating at a 76% success rate, which isn't bad. That's okay. I mean, everyone would have their own line. I mean, no one's batting 100. So is 80% goods? Is 70% goods? I'd be looking for something like that. If someone can, you know, because there's always going to be changes in plans. There's always going to be swerves. I don't expect anyone to get 100% correct. But if you're giving me the majority, the vast majority of info you're giving me is correct, that's good enough for me. I'm all right with that. But other people might not be. I think if anyone out there is looking for someone to give them 100% info 100% of the time, I would say don't even bother. Don't even engage. That doesn't exist. But I think if the vast majority can be good, then I'm personally all right with that. So, yeah, when it comes to this Dave Meltzer thing, it's an interesting one because I saw Xavier talking about it before Dave Meltzer. And I wonder if he just heard it from there. But Ikara, shout out to you. I did see this, by the way. I did.
Icarus and the Rabbit. Daze, did you see Jon Stewart talking about WWE yesterday on The Daily Show? It was epic.
We don't really get The Daily Show over here. I like the late night talk shows. I know they can be very anti-Trump, right? I know we don't do politics. I'm not interested in getting into all of that because there's nothing good that's going to come out of that, okay? But I do find those kind of late night talk shows to be funny. And so I got recommended The Daily Show and I was watching it. And I know that Jon Stewart is a big WWE fan. And so he was comparing the Trump-Zelensky meeting to John Cena's heel turn. And, yeah, it was good. I think if you're a wrestling fan and you don't mind, like, you know, you might even be a Trump fan. You don't mind just, you know, having a bit of a laugh. I thought it was good. Yeah, I thought it was good. But I think a lot of people could probably watch it and get annoyed because, you know, if you're a Trump supporter, if you're a Republican, those kind of late night talk shows tend to be very Democrat, don't they? And this is a good question, where are the Republican late night talk shows? What's that about? Where's the late night Fox like show that kind of pokes fun at the Democrats? I don't really get that. We don't have that over here, and I am so flipping grateful. I really would hate to have like news outlets that lean one way or another. Like, I think our news, and people can say it's not and all of that, but it's meant to be balanced, right? I mean, really, what our news does is it throws shades at everyone, yeah? Our news just throws shade in every direction. That's how our news works. We don't have, like, you know, BBC don't lean to the left or ITV don't lean to the right, or we don't have that, right? So when I see Fox and I see CNN and they obviously lean in different directions, it is a bit strange for me to kind of see that, but I'm used to it now. I've been kind of seeing the news coverage for, you know, I don't know, 15 years or whatever, thanks to the internet. But it was a bit strange at first. But a lot of those late night talk shows tend to lean Democrat. And I don't ever see any like Republican late night talk shows, which I think if there's not, there should be, so that it gives it like some balance rather than it just constantly being the one side. Because if you watch a Closer Look or if you watch, which is, what's his name, Seth Meyers, or if you watch Stephen Colbert, or if you watch Jimmy Fallon, or if you watch Daily Show, they're all, like, you know, bashing Trump, leaning towards, like, the Democrat side. I don't think I've ever seen anyone leaning towards the Republican side. I'd be down for watching that to get, like, you know, both sides of the... I like to see both sides of the argument.
David Wood. What happened? We're still main part 1. We get CM Punk team up with Cody Rhodes versus The Rock and John Cena tag team match Daze. Never know.
WrestleMania, Punk Cody versus Rock Cena. You could do. I don't think they will because of the fact that. I don't think they will because of the fact that they have got so many people that want to main event WrestleMania. I don't think they're going to want to take up both spots, you know? I mean, you've got, like, Seth, Roman, Punk that want to main event Mania. And if it's not going to be them, you could make the argument of it being Gunther, Jay. I mean, imagine Jay, main event spot coming through the crowd, the whole crowd yeeting. You can see it, right? I mean, it'd be amazing. All the lights out like the Fireflies or whatever, and like all going away, people yeeting, Jay coming through the crowds. It'd be really good. They might want to do it more in the light for that, though. But so they might want to do that at the start of day 2 rather than at the end of night 1. But I could see both working, to be honest with you. And then you got the women. I mean, honestly, I really think that if you're going to do Bianca versus Rhea, and now seemingly putting Io in there, I think you could really make the argument that they should main event because you're talking about some really big female stars there. I mean, we had WrestleMania 37 main evented by Sasha and Bianca. And I know Sasha's a big star, but you can't tell me that Rhea Ripley has not just dominated over on Raw, you know. I mean, she has been a big feature over there. Big part of Judgment Day. Mommy's always on top. Her and Liv, her with Dom. You know, she's been massive. Massive feature. Massive star. I really feel like she is one of the biggest stars they've got. Now, granted, she's not Cody level. Or she's not Rock level or anything like that. But if you want to keep building up the women, you can't keep leaving them out of WrestleMania main events. I feel like every year we make excuses. You know, I remember a couple of years ago, people were like the women should main event. If you win the Rumble, then you should main event. And it's like, yeah, I hear that. But like Sammy and Kevin against Usos, the whole bloodline story, you can't not have that main event. It's too big. And so they went with that, right? And it's like, look, the women can do it next year. And then, of course, you get to the next year, and then it's like Rock and Roman taking on Seth and Cody. And you're like, oh, geez. I mean, how The Rock's main eventing, right? I don't think anyone could argue that. The Rock's main eventing. Well, now you get to this year, and again, what are you going to do? Are you going to leave the women out again? And if you are, then it needs to be for something real good. Now, don't get me wrong. Punk, Roman, Seth. It's hard to argue with that, right? But at some point, I do feel like you've got to go, do you know what? Flip and give it to the women. Give it to the women. I mean, Rhea, Bianca, Io, they could absolutely main event. I mean, if you think that Sasha and Bianca did it, I don't have any problem with Bianca, Rhea, and Io doing it. I don't mind Tiffany, Charlotte. I mean, Charlotte has already main evented a WrestleMania. So, and that was when it was just one day. So, I kind of feel like you could do that match. That match would be helped if it had, like, Becky in it as well or something, you know? Of the options, I think I would go Bianca, Rhea, Io. I just feel like Rhea has done so much that you could really make an argument she deserves to main event a WrestleMania. If she never main events a WrestleMania, I think that would be an absolute travesty. She's still very young. Lots of time. But it just is every year. There always seems to be something else that gets in the way. So, I honestly, I don't know which way you go. I don't know who you have main event night 1. I would expect that it would be Roman, Seth, and Punk. But the point I'm making is that if it is the women, I will not complain. That will be no problem. I have no issue with it. I think the women should main event. at some point, maybe not every year. Like, it's not their God-given right to main event. But then saying that, if the women was putting on the best story, and it legitimately was, and it was big, they could main event night 2, you know? But, I don't know, if you look at, like, Cody and Cena, and last year, Cody and Roman, it's very hard to see the women even remotely close to that. I think we would agree the women and their stories aren't quite that level. The star power is not that level. Fundamentally, their booking is not quite the same as the guys, which really hurts when it comes round to WrestleMania season. So, yeah, it's one we could spend a long time on, but this is why I don't think you end up doing a bit of a tag match. Because, again, you just, you know, really clogging up the top end of the WrestleMania card then. I really would not repeat what we did last year with the tag match and then 2 people from that match fight on night 2.
Why isn't anyone checking Collihu? Didn't he report a lot of Wyatt 6 stuff, which still hasn't happened?
He did, but I think a lot of that Wyatt 6 stuff that he reported is not meant to be happening. So in regards to, like, keep an eye out for Joe Gacy, they're seeing big things for him in the future. Rowan's going to go off wondering at some point, and that's going to be a key, like, story. I mean, it's been so bad with the Wyatt 6. I feel like we've lost a good few months of their story. We're still kind of, we've done 1.5 feuds with them, haven't we? So, I mean, it makes it hard to kind of judge because I just don't even feel like we've massively got going. We did the introduction feud with the American Maids. Then we did a second feud with Final Testament that never concluded because we were meant to do that final showdown. And who knows what other segments we were meant to get there. And then we ain't done nothing else. So, I mean, really, considering they came in June and we're now sat here and it's March, for, you know, for one reason or another, I know there's injuries. I know there's been illnesses. I know there's been, like, you know, problems. This has been an absolutely undeniable disaster. It's undeniable, right? For me, I would say from, like, the conclusion of the interviews, the taped interviews, pretty much everything after that has been a disaster. It's been that we've not seen them enough. It's been that when we do see them, it's not quite hitting the way that it should. I just think that there was a lot of love. There was a lot of support. I think it's still there. And I think people understand the problems. And I'm certainly not off the hype train because this is Bray's legacy. But I think it shows how hard this is going to be. I think it shows that this is not going to be straightforward and simple because they've really got to have, like, big plans in place. I'm not convinced that when they started this group and brought this group in, I think they had Nightbird sorted, and I think they had the first feud sorted, but I'm not convinced they had, like, really good long-term plans in place for them. But then it's hard to say that because obviously we are dealing with a situation where we're going down some roads we weren't expecting to go down. We didn't expect it to be a case that we was going to get these injuries and illnesses. So, yeah, I think it's going to make it very, very difficult, isn't it? It's going to make it very difficult to judge people on Wyatt 6 stuff at the moment because it's just been disrupted so much. But yeah, I mean, look, I think there's a need for someone to, like, keep on top of anyone that claims they have sources. Yeah? Simple as that. If you claim to have a source and that you've been told something and that you've got information, well, then you are going to be checked. Yeah, you are on the watch list. So be that Tom Collihu, be that Dave Meltzer, be that WrestleVotes, be that anyone that claims they've got exclusive info, they've got this exclusively and they've heard from someone, right? Then it should be checked. and then we would have a number. And I don't see any issue with that. I don't see why anyone would necessarily have a problem with that. I think the IWC would just need to understand that it would be expected that number not be 100%, right? It would be expected that number would be 80, 78, 75. That's kind of where I would expect it to be. That's what I would expect. I think if you're batting in mid-70s, I think you're doing all right. Think about something like, I don't know, 2K25. Yeah. A lot of those are around kind of late 70s, early 80s on their scores, right? And that's kind of where the wrestlers are. And then, of course, you got others that are in the 90s. But I would imagine the dirt sheets would be sort of around that sort of ballpark as well. Not batting 100. I don't expect them to be batting 100. But, yeah, chuck everyone in. Some, though, that are more longer term, you're going to have to just sit on and just see, kind of, keep an eye on long term. But that's why it's a bit of a job for someone, to be honest. It's who wants to be that guy? Who wants to be that person that's keeping these dirt sheets kind of on check? Yeah. And someone will do it. There's plenty of people out there that complain about the dirt sheets and everything. So someone will do it and someone will enjoy doing it. But to my knowledge, there's no one doing that at the moment.
Whatever the best storyline should headline. For example, the Becky story a few years back 100% deserved to headline. They need to push the women's division.
Yeah, I mean, I do think there's something to be said for star power as well in that, because I agree with you, the best story should be the most captivating and should be the one that gets the big payoff. But if that story is only going to involve low-end talent, mid-card talent, you can't really put them above Cody's and Rock's and all of that, because they're the ones that are going to be selling the pay-per-view. They're the ones that shift the merch. So I agree, story is really important, but there's always going to be a degree of star power that is going to need to be involved to be on the posters, to shift, to get people to tune in. Because when it comes to WrestleMania, you get a lot of casual viewers. There's a lot of casual viewers that tune in that don't follow the stories from start to finish. And so there's a lot of people that are going to tune in and they're not going to have seen the stories. They're just going to rely on the video packages to bring them up to speeds. But they're tuning in because they want to see The Rock, they want to see Cena, they want to see Undertaker, they want to see all these big stars, Cody, whoever, right? So I agree with you, but I do think there is something that has to be said for, the star power as well.
Yeah, Tom. American politics are this honestly. Whale dying on a beach. Spend copious amounts of time and money to save it. Right. Put it out its misery. Divide the meat up. Give us a bite.
William, shout out to you. Yeah, that was me giving you a bit of a moment.
Uncle Revel. Hey, Daze. Do you think with the main roster getting so much attention and turning up the volume the last few days will make NXT seem kind of blah tonight?
No, not really. I think NXT is a really solid show, and I think that it has benefited by following a blah show. So, as you said, Raw has been blah, Raw has been mid, Raw has been flat, and then NXT comes along and kind of is quite exciting. And I think the difference might not be felt as much, but a good show is still a good show, isn't it? You can watch a good show. You could listen to a good album and then listen to another good album. It doesn't make that second album a bad album, right? Maybe it won't stand out as much. Maybe, we're not going to have that, this is what it's meant to be. It won't be like that, will it? But a good show is a good show. I mean, I tend to watch shows on their own merit to a degree. So, I'm looking for good matches, good action, excitement, talking points. And if we get all of that, it's going to get a good score. we're not going to get great action and talking points and excitement and all of that, and we're just going to be like, oh, yeah, saw this yesterday on Raw. To me, I think a good show is a good show. So, yeah, I don't think they're necessarily connected, to be honest. The only thing I will say is that you're probably not going to have that, I hope Triple H is watching, this is how it should be kind of a thing, you know? It's just going to be more of the good stuff, you know?
Dexter Lumis. So let me get this straight, I'm retarded, because I want the new Lily doll, I'm 49. Please explain how this makes me retarded other than I paid $55 for the damn thing, lol.
I think the Lily dolls and all that kind of stuff are really interesting because the new one looks really good. The old one I thought looked really cheap. The old one looked like it had been mass-produced in flipping Indonesia, like churned out for pennies. The new one looks like it's got a bit of something about it, you know? So I don't mind the new one as much as like the old one. The old one felt like it was just a money grab. The new one feels like it's got a bit of artistry about it. I think if you're a wrestling fan and you're into the Wyatt Six, you're into Alexa and all of that, and you want to get that, put it on the shelf, whatever, it's fine. I don't have a personal problem with people doing that. I think, though, that they're probably primarily made, I would guess, for a younger audience. But, I don't know, you can say the same about figures, can't you? I had that a lot. I had that in the comments, a lot of people saying, why do you collect action figures? Aren't those for kids? And it's like, well, I don't play with them. Although I did do some videos where I did do some stuff with them because there was kids that was watching that enjoyed that. But I mean, it wasn't like I was playing with them when the camera wasn't on or anything, you know? So, yeah, I think you kind of get that when you're a wrestling fan. You do you.
Daze. I think Bianca set Naomi up to take the blame for the attack. If Jade is focused on Naomi, then Bianca stays out of Jade's crosshairs.
I think Bianca set Naomi up to blame for the attack. Maybe. The only thing I will say is I don't think it's going to be a good look for Jade if she's attacked Naomi. And I don't think it's a good look if she attacks Naomi and it wasn't Naomi. Like, I think that does not paint Jade in a good light, you know? Jade looks like a right flipping idiot then. Imagine coming back and beating up someone, going after someone. It turns out they had nothing to do with it. I mean, you had all that time to investigate. You had all that time to look into it. And what, you've just gone with your gut feeling? Or, well, I don't know. I mean, for me, that would just make Jade look like an absolute flipping idiot. I mean, someone said that maybe she attacked Naomi because it was Jade, that it was Bianca, right? And Jade knew it was Bianca. And so she couldn't get to Bianca, and so she attacked Naomi instead. The only thing I would say with that is, why didn't she just wait until later when Bianca was like out of the pod, and then she could have gone after Bianca? So she could have done that. I mean, unless she was trying to send a message of like, right, I'm going to attack Naomi this time. But then that's a real heel thing to do, isn't it? Imagine being a babyface that's come back and is going to attack all of the heel's friends just because she wants to send a message to the heel. I mean, Naomi, if Naomi's got murked and she's not guilty, that's moody, isn't it? That is pretty moody. So, I don't know. I'm not thinking that. I'm thinking Naomi has got to be involved. I'm thinking she's got to be involved. Otherwise, like, it either makes Jade look stupid or it really makes Jade look quite heelish. And I don't know if we're trying to go down those roads. Attacking someone that didn't attack you just to hurt the person that did. Oof, that would need more thought to it, but I've got to think Naomi played a part.
David Marsden. One of the people in the new NXT faction got added to LFG in the last episode. I feel like that spoils who wins it. I don't think any of the people on the show should show up on NXT until after LFG.
One of the people in the NXT faction got added to LFG. I feel like that spoils who wins it. Oh, I can't really comment, but I haven't been watching LFG. I'm just waiting for them all to drop, and then I'm going to just watch them after that. I mean, maybe it does spoil who wins it, but I don't know. I'm not really watching that to see who wins the flipping thing. I'm watching it more to see the behind the scenes. What advice are they getting? What's the? I don't even know where the performance center is. I know where we record NXT. That used to be the performance center, but all the rings that were in there and the entranceway and all of that stuff that used to be the performance center, it all got moved because obviously during the pandemic, we needed somewhere to film Raw and SmackDown. And we needed somewhere to do WrestleMania. And so, of course, we took all the rings out of the performance center, turned it into a TV studio so that we could record Raw, NXT, SmackDown, WrestleMania, pay-per-views, right? So we did that. And that meant the performance center had to move somewhere else. Now, I think where the performance center is, it's actually on a road that's got quite a few warehouses, right? Quite a few of the same kind of buildings. And I think they've probably just rented another one of those, like a few doors down, maybe even next door. I'm not sure, whatever was available. But it's kind of in this street where it's not like houses and then boom, you got this. It's like a whole street of, because I remember driving down there, because you can find out easily where it is, right? I remember driving down that road back in 2018 because I wanted to see it, right? And not being a creep or anything like that, but if you're going to go to Florida, you're probably going to want to visit the Performance Center, and you're probably going to want to visit Full Sail. So I went to both of those locations. When you actually go to the Performance Center, there is a sign on the door that says no trespassing, right? So kind of as we drove past, saw that, and it was like, okay. So we didn't really stop. We literally just drove past. It's like there it was, right? So I've seen it from a vehicle. And I mean, back then it was the Performance Center. That was 2018. So it hadn't been converted at that point. They hadn't done WrestleMania there by that point or anything, right? So I saw it from the vehicle and I saw what the road was like. So for me, watching LFG would be about, well, where's this new performance center? Are there any clues as to where it's located? Is it next door? How big is it? What's the layout of it? I mean, this was something that WWE really showed off. They gave us a tour of the performance center, the original one, but there's been no real word of this new one. There's been fleeting glances whenever there's been like a brawl and someone's filmed it on their phone. I've seen a couple of bits of that kind of footage. And you might get like someone training to return and you'll see them training, just hitting the ropes. So you might get a little glimpse as to the ring and how close the other rings are. But I've never seen a proper layout of the new current performance center. I believe it is literally a warehouse with several rings in, right? I really don't think it's anything special. I'm not saying it's like, oh, we've got this hydration station and all that. I don't think it's anything like that. I think it is literally a warehouse with several rings in. I think that's about it. But I don't know. There's a bit of intrigue there, a little bit of mystery there. Don't know where it's located. I feel it's close by. I mean, I'd be looking at that. I'd be looking at what the trainers are advising. I'd be looking at, leaderboards and that kind of stuff. I wouldn't really necessarily be watching to see who wins. But does it spoil it? Maybe it does. We'll have to wait and see. I'm just going to binge them when they're all done and they're uploaded on Watch Wrestling.
Daze. She couldn't wait until Bianca got out of the pod because the chamber was locked, but it wasn't shut yet when she attacked Naomi. Head scratcher, lol.
She couldn't wait until Bianca got out the pod because the chamber was locked. Oh, no, we've seen people break in, but people have come down with bolt cutters and stuff like that, or, demanded the referee let them in. There's been people that have got into the pods before, into the chamber itself. I I don't know. I mean, honestly, I don't know if she was sending a message to Bianca or if she thinks that Naomi attacked her. I'm not sure. I think there's still twists there. I mean, it could be that it just was Naomi and that's it. It's Jade versus Naomi. That was the reveal. It could be that it's that. Or it could absolutely be that Bianca knew all along, right? I do still feel like there's another twist coming. I do still feel like there's another twist on the way. But I'm not sure kind of what that twist is going to be, how that twist is going to... Like, will it be that Bianca attacks Jade at some point and Jade didn't know that Bianca knew? It could be that. It could be that Jade did... it could be that Bianca did know, but Jade didn't know that Bianca was behind it, you know? It could be something along those lines. It's all messy and complicated, and we'll see how it plays. Puta, shout out to you. James said, who gets called at first, Trick or Oba? I think Trick. Yeah, I think Trick. I think Oba is great, and I think that he has got a bright future, but as of right now, he's probably got a few more title defenses in him. Whereas with Trick, I mean, if he was to get called up next week, I would not be shocked. I just sort of feel like he's ready now. I mean, look, with Trick, is he perfect? No. We know that in-ring, there's a few questions there. I think his in-ring is fine. I think it's solid. I think it's not AJ Styles or anything like that, but it's fine. His aura is off the charts. I like his promos as well. I like his look, his size. I think there's definitely something to work with there. And I think you've got some... I'm still fully on board, man. I think we've got something really special with him. I think we've got something really special. It's just, can we keep improving that in-ring side? And to be honest with you, the longer that he's spending with Shawn Michaels, I can't imagine that's hurting. You know, I can't imagine that's down. So I'm not in any rush with Trick, but I think we're ready, honestly. Bring him up, put him in some stories, but don't bring him up unless you got the creative ready for him.
Daze, the difference between now and 1990 is the same between the difference between 1990 and 1955.
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? That is crazy. Do you know, the difference between now and 1990 does not feel as big. I mean, it is big. Like, if you look at, like, how the TV is done, you know, there was a lot of jobber matches back then. And we had, like, the odd angle. We didn't have anything on the scale that we have now. We didn't have the production that we have now. You know, there was entrance music. I don't know that there was Titantron's TV screens. I think they were coming in, but I don't think they were a regular fixture at that point. But entrance music was. And, yeah, a lot of TV, of course, a lot of jobber matches. A lot of house shows. House shows was the major focus. We were still operating with just 4 shows a year rather than 12 when it comes to pay-per-views. We was going international by that point. Maybe not on the scale that we're doing now. I mean, we weren't doing anything in Saudi Arabia, but we was, you know, they'd already come to the UK by that point. And I think they'd been and done some stuff with Japan. So I sort of look at it and I'm like, it was quite cartoony back then. But, you know, the presentation, the Warrior kind of running down to the ring, the excitement of the entrances, Hogan posing away. I mean, we had superstars being presented as stars, as, like, you know, the entrance was a big deal, the posing was a big deal. It's very reminiscent of now, where the entrance is the big deal, Bianca spinning her hair around, and, you know, all the posing that people do and whatnot before the match actually starts. That gap between now and 1990, you can see the differences, but the differences don't feel to be as great as the gap between 1990 and 1955. I mean, completely different. It was completely 55. It's completely different. You know, people are just coming down to the ring, no entrance music, no big deal on the entrance. They literally just get their announcement as they come walking down to the ring, get inside, loosen up, wave to the crowds. There's no degree. Some people might throw a bicep shot or something, but there's no signature posing or anything like that. You know, probably the most flamboyant person at that point would have been Gorgeous George, who really stood out because he came down in that kind of robe and he, like, you know, had his hair done and makeup, and he was throwing out his Georgie pins, which he was would put in his hair to keep his hair up. You know, he was kind of that. It was a little bit Ric Flair, flamboyant, and loved himself, and the people hated him as a result because he was very arrogant. And like that's probably the big character that we had at the time. There would have been a lot of like Nazi German type characters as well. That was a big thing in wrestling. As the, you know, it's an easy bad guy, wasn't it? After the war, to have like a German character that people could like beat up. So certainly not saying that would be in all promotions, but you know that was something that you would see quite regular around at that time. 55, I think we still would be doing that 10 years after the end of the war, but that kind of period there, you would have had those types of characters. But yeah, really, just really different. I mean, that's an amazing stat that we are as far away from 1990 as 1990 was to 1955. That is crazy. Actually, off the top of my head, I don't know when Capital Wrestling started. I think it would be around early 50s. And then that is what became WWF in like 63. So, you know, WWE was around, but it was running under the name of Capital. And it was obviously the Northeast promotion, and it was part of the NWA. And then it leaves the NWA in 63, goes off on its own, becomes the WWF. And really from there, you know, I think a lot of people regard the birth of WWE to be 63-ish because that's when the first champ's crowned. That's when, before that, it was NWA champions and they were just part of the NWA. But when they really branch out on their own is in the early 60s. So really, going back to 55, you could even make the argument WWF doesn't even exist, which is mental, isn't it? But it is running under a name. It is, I think, up and running at that point under the Capital name. Right. Is Daze the most flamboyant boomer in wrestling? Oh, I'd love that honor. That would be such an honor. I would love to be the most flamboyant boomer. I should do that, shouldn't I? I need a gimmick. Rather than being this loved babyface that I am, this cherished babyface, I do need to get a bit of a gimmick. Imagine if I sat here in, like, finery. Ruffle, a big ruffle. Like that. I could sit here looking like Shakespeare. In this day and age, you got to stand out, yeah? And nothing makes people stand out more than just a plain black T-shirt.
Icarus and the Rabbit. Daze, have you heard of Ron DeSanctimonious? He's a Republican and looks almost exactly like Chad Gable. Chad should come back as a politician and demand to be the new Raw general manager.
That's not his name, is it? Isn't his name Ron DeSantis? I have heard of him. I don't know that I could pick him out in a lineup, but you've told me he looks exactly like Chad Gable, so maybe now I would stand a chance. Yeah, honestly, I don't really get involved in the politics stuff. There's really nothing good to come out of it. I mean, if you are for it, you're going to be for it, whatever's happening at the time. If you're against it, you're going to be against it. But yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? Like nothing will end up changing, really. You could say the same about wrestling. Like, you know, if you're for it, you're for it. If you're against it, you're against it, and nothing's going to change. So, I mean, you could say the exact same stuff about wrestling, but I think people want to be able to get their views across and their opinions across about where the current stories are and if they like them and if it's the right thing to do. And I get all of that. I really do. So I think there's a need. I think there's an appreciation for having like these kinds of conversations. And I think it's a good escape as well. But all of this is just a bit of fun, isn't it, at the end of the day? Just a bit of fun. Nathan, shout out to you.
Nathan Troxel. My favorite WUF wrestlers back in the day: 1 Hogan, 2 Macho, 3 Razor, 4 123 Kid, $4 Million Man.
I love the $4 Million Man and the 123 Kids. That's the voice that did it. He just didn't know. You can't blame him. Yeah, I mean, a golden era is my favourite era. So for me, Macho Man, flipping love him. You always knew you was getting a banging match out of Macho Man. Really did love watching him. Yokozuna when I was a kid, again, because he was always involved in big stuff. Not so much, actually, kind of as he got into that tag team, when he went into the tag division, that was a real shame. It sort of felt like, I don't know why we did that to him, really. I kind of felt like he was very much just pushed to the side. Even as a kid, it sort of felt like he should be doing bigger and better things than what he's doing here in the tag division. But certainly, 93, 94, kind of, he was the guy. And I was looking at him at that time as like, every time he was having a match, it was something that was significant. And I was actually watching a clip of Chris Van Vliet. He was talking to Lex Luger about that body slam, which, it's one of my most favourite memories, is when Lex gets off the helicopter and slams Yokozuna on the battleship, right? And apparently he was walking to the ring because he was a bad guy, right? At the time, he was a heel. He was walking to the ring and Bobby Heenan was his manager. And apparently Lex was like, hey, Bobby. And Bobby, was like, push me, you son of a... because, Bobby wanted the crowd to see that Lex was rejecting him, right? Because Lex was about to turn face. But Lex wasn't really thinking along those lines. So Bobby was coming towards him and he was just like, hey, Bobby, how you doing? And Bobby was like, push me, Lex. Push me, you son of a... And he was like, okay. And so he pushed him to the side. Bobby, sells it dramatically. And, of course, it works because what you're seeing is a heel come into the ring to try and slam another heel. But hang on, he's just pushed his manager out the way. What's this? And he was wearing, I think, a USA Stars and Stripes shirt as well. And so he gets into the ring, right? And the crowd, I think, have just seen him reject Bobby, right? Which is a good sign that, okay, he's turning his back on Bobby. He's wearing the Stars and Stripes. Okay, maybe this is our guy. Perhaps he's doing this for us. And then, of course, he's come on, everyone, come on. I'm going to slam Yoko. And the crowd are like, yeah, Lex. And all of a sudden, this heel becomes a baby face. I love this moment, right? And then he gets up to Yokozuna and he says to Yoko something like, my shoes have got no grip. He's got these cowboy boots on or something. Apparently, he could not get any grip on the ring. And he's meant to slam Yokozuna. And apparently Yoko was like, don't worry, brother. Don't worry, I got you. He was like, just have your legs quite wide. And apparently Yoko does quite a bit of the work when it comes to the slam. So Lex does slam him, but apparently Yoko's jumping and chucking himself around, really. Lex is just trying to make sure that he doesn't lose his foot and he doesn't slip. But it was really interesting hearing Lex talk about that moment because that moment is so ingrained in my mind. It's one of my absolute favourite WWE moments ever. It's funny, actually, because it's very yay America, but... it's such a great story. It doesn't really matter that it's yay America. I get it. There's a bad guy. He's from Japan. He's berated America. It's the 4th of July. We're on the USS Intrepid. We're on a battleship. All these NFL stars have tried to slam Yoko. No one can do it. WWE superstars have tried to do it. No one can do it. And now here's a helicopter and out steps Lex. And it was just great hearing him talk about that. It's really good. So Lex wasn't one of my favourites back in the day, but I do absolutely love that. And I do have a real appreciation for Yokozuna. You always need monster heels. And wow, you could really make an argument. He's one of the very best that we ever had. Nathan, shout out to you.
Nathan Truxell. I really loved wrestling because of WrestleMania 9. We had Mock in a toga. To this day, it makes me smile.
Yeah, I've got such a soft spot for 9. I wish it was better. I wish it was more loved. I wish the matches banged. I wish the in-ring action could reach the same level of fun. That show is just fun. It really is just fun. And honestly, that would be the show I think I would go back to. The question comes up a lot. It's come up a lot recently, actually. If you could go back to any show, what show would it be? It's hard for me to pick anything but 9. I know there's better. I know people would say 17, or people would say WrestleMania 40 maybe after Cody finished the story. WrestleMania 30 to be there when the streak ended. I mean, there's loads of shows people would say that they would go back to, but for me, WrestleMania 9, it was just everything about it, just bonkers. Do you know, Gorilla Monsoon and Bobby Heenan are there, and that shuts it down as far as I'm concerned. If anyone tells me of any show that doesn't feature Bobby or Gorilla, then it's just incorrect. It's just incorrect. Because if I had the chance to meet Gorilla and Bobby, I'd die happy. Which is impossible now because they're both dead. Yeah. So that means I'm going to live a life of eternal sadness.
Lisa Brown. Daze, after Rhea's interview last night after losing her belt, do you see a heel turn in her future? Her interview set her up to appear to be in a dark place.
I don't think so, only because she's been heel for a long time, and then she just turned like face when she left Judgment Day at the end of last year. So for her to now go back again would be pretty crazy. I'm really, really not a fan of face heel. Like, I think if you do it, you do it just a few times in your career, so that when you do it, it really hits, it really matters. I mean, look at John Cena. John Cena didn't do it throughout his career. He's just done it and broken the flipping internet, right? And not everyone's going to do that. But I wouldn't be going face heel. So, listen, she's going to suffer setbacks. She's going to be frustrated. She was saying, when will I learn that, you don't have friends? And I think she's in a dark place because obviously she's just lost the thing she treasures the most, apart from her husband, which I don't even know if we're meant to know she's got a husband. So, she is obviously pretty down. So I wouldn't turn her personally. I would turn Bianca. But I can't say what they're going to do. I can't say that they are going to turn her or not going to turn her, just because I'm not a fan of turning people on a regular basis. WWE have certainly done that in the past. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Big Show. So we'll have to wait and see. Could it happen? Yes. Do I think it should? No. Would I turn someone else instead? Yes, I would turn Bianca. And I don't know. It's all right for people to be down and disappointed and lost and confused and frustrated. Like, that's absolutely fine. Doesn't need to result in them turning heel, though, in my opinion.
Uncle Revel. Daze. I'm trying to space out all my old photos over the years for unseen community folders.
All right.
I've got a bunch of WrestleMania ones geared up from WrestleMania 18 behind the scenes coming.
That'll be good. People would like to see those. Yeah, that'll be good. I think space them out for us, because I think like trying to get them all into like one and having a big like folder, I think it'd be better if it's like spaced out. I think it'd be nicer for you as well, because that gets you into more videos, and also it means that like each one will be kind of recognized and people can look at them rather than it all just coming through and it all just being like one thing. So I would try and space them out, but I think anything that's like a little behind the scenes, interesting look, I think the community would really like that and appreciate that. I think the community folder is really good. I do worry a little bit about the amount of like Carrion cross likes that are going in, because Carrion is really active on social media. And I'm in two minds, because people get likes from Carrion and they're pleased about it, and I want to celebrate that. But equally, the community folder is now just becoming, this person's got a like from Carrion, that person's got a like from Carrion. It feels like, to me, it's starting to become, I mean, like today, I've got more people have got likes from Carrion. So I'm starting to think like, do I have to now start looking at, if you get likes from Carrion, to not include them? Because they're just a bit too regular. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, I like the community folder to have real variety. I like to have pictures of people at shows. I like to see people getting likes and follows. I like to see people's figure collections or new items that they've purchased. I like there to be lots of different things in there. So when it is just this person got a like from Carrion, that person got a like from Carrion, this person got a like from Carrion, I feel like, nah, this ain't what the community folder was really set up for, to be honest. So I don't know. I do find myself going, how do I make this as engaging as possible, but equally celebrate an achievement? Like, you know, it's lovely to get a like from a wrestler. So don't know. It's a real struggle there. So actually getting some pictures from the years of shows that you've been at, stuff like that, brilliant. Yeah. And I would say any new items that you get that, you know, you've been really looking for, or maybe you've got a really cool figure collection that you want to share. I think like the community folder is really set up for that. It's not just there for, oh, this person got a like, that person got a like. I could see how that would get boring after a while. So I like to put those in because I think they're good as well. But yeah. It's probably a conversation that is worth having, that, because people probably don't know quite what we're looking for with the community folder. It's meant to be there to celebrate the community. Like, do you know what I mean? This person went to a show and met such and such, like meet and greet pictures. Brilliant. Went to the show and brilliant. Got this item that I've been waiting for ages. I'm thrilled with it. Brilliant. That's kind of what it's all there for. But of course, likes and follows are still a huge part of that as well. So, yeah, trying to figure out the right way forward with all of that. I mean, to be honest, it tends to come at the end because obviously the news and all of that stuff comes first. So it's not like a massive deal, but it is just something that I'd love to make as varied as possible. But I'm just a slave to what comes through, really, you know? Whatever I get tagged in is kind of what we look at. I do try to keep it quite strict, though, with WWE stars. I do get tagged sometimes in, like, AEW stars and stuff like that. And I'm like, not really looking for that. I mean, I think there's a bit of a problem with, like, loads of likes anyway. So it's starting to bring in, like, indie wrestlers and AEW wrestlers and, you know, people like that. I'm like, there has to be a line, I think, that's drawn somewhere here. So, yeah, a little bit of... that's a work in progress, if you will.
Amin Judy. Hello, Daze. Are you going to drop Wrestling Escape Pod tomorrow and watch Evolve?
Are you dropping Pod tomorrow? No. Pod Thursday, Evolve on... Evolve tomorrow. Evolve tomorrow, Wrestling Escape Pod on Thursday.
The Mayor Pete. You aren't a fan of face heel, but should Cena go back to face?
I think he should before his end of his run. I mean, I said I wouldn't have turned him in the first place. I think that he is going to get 17, and I'm not a fan of him getting it whilst he's a heel, because I think that you'll have some people that are like, history has been made, what a great achievement, but it ain't hitting the same. I keep saying this, it ain't going to hit the same. If he wins that title as a heel, As long as he's doing the heel thing right and people are booing him, it ain't going to hit the same as, like, kind of what I was envisaging of him doing it as a face. Like, it felt like we were rooting for John. Come on, John. Get 17. Can he do it? That's kind of what the year was going to be. And now, oh my God, we're going down roads that I don't think any of us saw us going down. So, yeah, I'm not a fan of heel face. But then I wouldn't have turned John heel in the first place. So I think if he's going to get 17, I'd rather he do it as a face. It's really hard to see him retiring as a heel as well. So I think he probably is going to have to go face in his last match or whatever. I mean, I wouldn't do it anytime soon, turn him again, because for the exact same reason. I don't like heel face. I don't like him turning heel the other day and then what we're going to turn him face at WrestleMania. Like, I don't like that at all. I mean, to be honest with you, I wouldn't turn him face for a long time, but if he's going to retire at the end of the year and that's still the plan, we're kind of handcuffed, aren't we? There's not really much we can do because he's going to have to go face surely for that last match. I can't imagine him like being a heel in that last match. It might even be that he turns face in the last match. I said the other day, it could be that he goes into that last match as a heel. The Rock is kind of berating him, and The Rock's been a bit off with him for a while, and it's a bit like that Otis situation where, you know, you're waiting for Otis to turn on Chad, or like Daniel Bryan, you was waiting for him to turn on Bray Wyatt, and eventually they do, and the place erupts. You know, maybe in that last match, John Cena goes in as a heel, but he's a heel that has had a few moments of like, is he going to turn on The Rock? And then during the match, he turns on The Rock. Crowd goes crazy, gets the win, because surely he would win. And, you know, he goes off into the sunset as a babyface. And that was it. That was John Cena's final year. So I'm thinking it'll be somewhat along those lines. But we're all going down roads that we weren't expecting now.
Daze, if you had the chance to book a WWE show, how would you book it? What would your 5-match card be?
Don't know, but...
And who would go over in those matches? And what extra segments would you include?
Don't know, mate. It's all a bit too grand that I'm not massively into, like, fantasy booking on that scale. I don't mind doing fantasy booking like we just did of, like, what would we do with Cena now that he's heel? Well, as I just said, I would keep him heel for a long time because I don't like heel face. So I would try and keep the face turn for as late as possible, but it's very hard to see John Cena just being a heel and just walking away. I've got to think he's going to turn face at some point before he wraps it up. So I would keep it as late into the year as possible. But like actually trying to, you know, book 5 matches and all of that. I mean, I'd probably just go to the dream matches that people want. I feel like you'd probably put Rock Roman on there, for example, you know, and kind of go down in that regard of like, what are the dream matches? But actually like fleshing out a card, I think everyone knows that I waffle, and I think that one could be a record-breaking waffle. That one might be better as its own sort of like opinion video.
Daze, you should do a countdown to WrestleMania watch-along streams and do your favorite 10 WrestleManias or the community top 10 from a poll.
Yeah, we could do that. Absolutely. We could do that. That could be an opinion video as well. No problem.
T-Money13. What do you think about Tony D'Angelo? Do you think he has star power? I like him.
I like Tony. The only issue I've got with Tony is that I think it's a little bit hot and cold in regards to sometimes we do some good backstage vignettes with him, and sometimes the family are looking really good with Luca and Stax and Riz, and other times we can go, you know, a little time without seeing him. He can be in some stories that are a little bit just backgrounds. You know, he was doing some stuff with like the Heritage Cup and whatnot, and wasn't really much there for me. I was kind of like, you know, it just was what it was. I like it when he's in a big, and this is a big character, and this character works best when he's in a big story. So like now with the whole Izzy and Sean Spears stuff, and him being betrayed, like this is good. I feel like he's got something to get his teeth into right now, so I'd say like right now is a good time. And like when we had like a bit of doubt as to whether Stacks was going to turn on Tony or not, it's probably about a year or two ago now, and like wasn't Tony in jail? And Stacks was having to go and visit him whilst Tony was in jail, and like Stacks became the underboss. This is where this family shines. This is where this group gets good, when you've got some real big story to tell, because they're a big gimmick, and so you can't really do little stuff with them. You can, but it doesn't like land the same. Like for me, this thing should be like a bit like Wyatt 6 in regards to they're a big gimmick. They're a big gimmick. You do big things with them, and you treat them sort of special. And I think with Tony, you can do something similar. Put him in big story arcs and have like lots of moving parts, lots of on-site location shoots, like at the restaurant. He's got his restaurant, for example. But I feel like that world can be fleshed out. For example, why don't we ever go to Luca's office? Luca could be a bit of a Better Call Saul type character. Why don't we ever explore Riz's character? Yeah, she's like this female that's meant to be able to handle herself, and she grew up with the boys and everything. Like it is just like that sort of trope, isn't it? It's just that sort of Italian mob family trope. So why can't we flesh that world out a little bit more? Like, we want to do that with the Wyatt 6. We want to flesh that world out. We want them doing promos and being in like a house or whatever, right? We had the fun house with Bray and the puppets. Nightbird, we just had a big Nightbird campaign. We were going to these wooden shacks. We were seeing like what looked to be a bride and candles and lots of imagery, lots of, cryptic messages, stuff like that. I'm not saying that you do that for Tony, right? But what I am saying when it comes to Tony is that you don't just treat him like, say, the Judgment Day. I think you do big stuff with the family. You do on-site locations, show me the restaurant, show me Luca's lawyer's office, put them into some legal situations, yeah? Have things get a little bit heated where Tony's really up against it and we're not sure how he's going to get out of it. And then Stacks finds a solution. Stacks saves the day, I really feel like you can dig into a lot with this family, but I think it always works better when it's bigger. So I like them, yeah. Star power, well, it depends how you execute it, doesn't it? If you're going to put him in little stories, backstage little moments, you run the risk of the gimmick just being a bit of a wasted opportunity, and you run the risk of it not being big enough, really. But you know what word that WWE fans love at the moment? Yeah? Flipping love that word. Cinema. And who's going to give you cinema quite on the scale of Tony D'Angelo? Think of what you can do. Think of some of the vignettes that you'd be able to do with Tony and the family and all of that. Like, I think there's great potential. Hard to say about star power, though, to be honest, because I think it really depends on the booking. I would love to see us exploring that world. I really would, because to me, I'm seeing like Better Call Saul. I'm seeing, some really like, Godfather and all of those kind of mobster type films. I'm seeing that we could dip into stuff like that and really bring a bit of a different flavor to the show. And actually, imagine if Judgment Day got into it with... Imagine Judgment Day getting into it with the family and some of the fun stuff that we could do away from the arenas and actually take it to some on-site locations and actually do some stuff there. It's funny, actually, thinking about it, we don't do loads of that on the main roster, do we? There's not loads of little, like, it's backstage interviews. It's stuff like we go to the Judgment Day Clubhouse. We don't do loads of like off-site location shoots. I'd like to see him do that. I'd like to see more of that. I think that's kind of how I would look to use the family. So star power, difficult. Depends how we use him. But the potential's there. I love the gimmick. And I think there's been glimpses, some real glimpses as to how you could use it going forward.
Mackenzie Scoos. Rhea was robbed last night due to EST no-get DQuid.
Yeah, some people are saying that. I don't have a problem with it just because... I don't have a problem with it because it's ref's discretion. The ref can decide. If the ref looks at it and thinks that Rhea is able to carry on and, you know, it's for a title and, you know, I don't even know that Rhea in that moment had a problem with it. She didn't get back in the ring and berate the referee. If anything, she was stood in the corner saying to Bianca, watch this, I'll see you at WrestleMania. Like, she was about to hit the riptide off the middle rope. Like, there was no protest from Rhea. I mean, I'm sure she's got an issue with it now, but there was no issue at the time. She was able to continue. EO was down, seemingly, you know, not in as great a shape. It looks like now she was playing a little bit of possum. But, yeah, listen, I thought it was a great moment, really shocking, didn't see it coming, and lovely. Honestly, I had a great time doing the opinion and review video because... seems like people were really enjoying Raw. Highest scoring, or at least it was last night, highest scoring Raw, according to you lot, of 2025 last night. Highest scoring.
I'm going to stand and deliver Saints versus Oba, maybe?
Aaron, shout out to you, bud. Yeah, Saints versus Oba's a really good shout, yeah. It's a really good shout. I could see that. I think Tony, though, is the one that has beaten Oba. That is definitely a match we're doing. Tony will get another crack at Oba. He was the one that beat him and got the mid-card belt off him. So Tony is someone that has worked out how to beat Oba. But was that a fluke? Was it a one-off? Did they face 100 times? Tony wins just once. Is it that Oba batters him next time? I don't know. I would love for Tony to beat Oba again. Because... I think it's fine for Oba to look dominant and to murk people and still have someone that's just that thorn in his side. And we could make Tony that person. Tony could be the person that has worked out how to beat the monster. And that's I think it's good if everyone has someone like that. I mean, I didn't realize until I was doing Unseen that the graphic said that EO was, I think, 3-0 against Rhea. Rhea has never beaten EO. And, of course, after last night's now, 4-0. So that's really interesting because I would not have said that. But it was on that tail of the tape, and it was in Unseen as a result. And that's where I learned it. So it wasn't until I was reading it out that I was like, oh, and I didn't even see this before I was recording. So I think it's great that, like, there's someone out there that's got your number. And just think if Tony was the one to beat him for that title again. That really helps Tony. Tony becomes NXT champion. He does it by beating this absolute monster. I don't think Oba loses too much because he, of course, would probably be going to the main roster. And he would also then have... he'd have one weakness. He'd have one issue. Everything else is amazing, but he just cannot beat Tony D'Angelo. And I don't mind that. I think it really helps Tony. So I am really not down. Because if Oba beats Tony, I mean, all of a sudden then Tony's win for the mid-card belt doesn't look like a fluke, but I don't know. You can start to look at it like, well, it's not as special because Oba's beaten him back now. I would like to invest a bit in Tony, yeah. It's how much do you invest in Tony? How much do you pull the trigger on Tony? How much do you believe in Tony and all of that? So I don't mind doing that. Because I think Ricky Saints is getting the belt, isn't he? Ricky Saints doesn't necessarily need to be the one to beat Oba. I think it's a great match. You know, Ricky Saints has got that X factor, and I think that he is going to be a big star. So him as a face taking on Oba, yeah, makes total sense. But for Tony's point of view, I think it would be good for him if he could be in the conversation. But I think I like what you've said. I think that'll probably be the direction they go.
Lisa Brown. Daze, maybe at Mania, Rock goes completely crazy, and he's about to seriously hurt Cody and end his career. And even Cena thinks Rock is going too far. And Cena saves Cody. Cena retires a face.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't do it at WrestleMania. That's the only thing I can say. I can't say they won't. They absolutely could. But I wouldn't do it at Mania because we've literally just turned him. You know, we've just turned him. It's been this big shock. It's resonated around the world. Everyone's talking about it. And so, 6 weeks, if that? 6 weeks? And we're not even going to see Cena that much. He wasn't on Raw this week. I don't think he's on Raw next week. So, you know, you're only going to have so many Cena dates where he's going to come out, new music, new gear, new attitudes. And then, it won't take long till we get to WrestleMania. And then at WrestleMania, we just turn him back? I really wouldn't. I said, I'm not a fan of heel face, and flip-flopping it around. I mean, to be honest with you, I wouldn't even change him back this year if I had the option. I wouldn't even change him back next year. I would keep it. I'm a big believer in that if you're going to do this, the biggest thing you can do, you are completely changing the wrestlers' entrance music, gear, their relationship with the fans. It's going to take time for him to do heel stuff to build up the heel heat. He's going to have to be vicious. He's going to have to be brutal. He's going to have to whip Cody down. He's going to have to beat him down. He's going to need to do promos. You need to get that message out there. I mean, I showed my brother earlier because he popped over and I was like, did you see this? And he hadn't even seen the news. He didn't even know. He's not a wrestling fan, but, it had not reached him that Cena had turned to a bad guy for the first time in 20 odd years, right? So he didn't know. So I think if you're going to have 6 weeks, not even those 6 weeks Cena's going to be around, and then you're going to turn him back face again, to me, I just think that's way too soon. Way too soon. This is what people have been waiting for, or some have been waiting for him to do for pretty much his career. So now it's a chance to explore. I mean, what does a heel Cena look like? What does he sound like? What matches are available for him? So I've got to think that you run the summer at least with this. But you're not alone. There's others that have said they would do it that way and they would turn him back at WrestleMania, but not what I would do. Brian?
I agree, Daze. Not sure why we don't use Mello's barbershop more on the main roster.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. The only thing I can think is that they just fly in and then they find out what it is they're doing and rehearse it and do it. And so where is the time for them to go and film? It's something that would have to be done in advance. You would have to know what stories are coming up, which I'm sure they do, and then go off and film. I mean, look, they've just done it with Chad's. They've took Chad off TV and now he's gone and filmed getting this lucha mask, So we've just had that moment. So we did get that on this week's show. But, the barbershop was something we would do. But I think all of the NXT talent live in Florida. The performance center's in Florida. The training center's in Florida, and they go there every day in Florida, in Orlando. And they know what's coming up for the next show. So they can easily grab them on a Wednesday or whatever, go and film some ready for next Tuesday or a Thursday or a Friday. Perhaps it's just a little bit more tricky when the show is on the road moving around, Maybe it becomes a little bit more difficult that way. But I don't know. I think the question can be asked of okay, so you fly to where Raw is on Sunday, you record Raw, don't know if you fly out that night, maybe you fly out on the Tuesday, right? So that's Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Well, what are they doing for the other days? What do they do for the other days? Because they don't just get home on Tuesday and then wait for Sunday again, do they? I mean, they haven't been doing many house shows recently. House shows have really got cut down. I mean, house shows, of course, only tend to be Saturday, Sunday. So, I don't know, is there scope to grab them on a Saturday or a Sunday to film something ready for the Monday or ready for the Friday? I'm not sure, but I would think that's probably the barrier. That's the difference. And that's what's going to be a challenge as well for Tony when he comes up to the main roster. But I hope it's something we can fix, because I think it adds real value. I think it makes... I think it really does add something when we can do those. I mean, I love that Chad Gable moment. I thought that was great. So I would like to see more of those, and I think Tony really does lend himself to that. So when Tony comes up, I hope they can find a way.
Hannah WWE. Daze. Another interesting episode of NXT, made even more interesting with the return of Trucker Ted doing the halftime song tonight. It begs the question to what special guest is next to do the halftime.
Well, let's get Trucker T done first. I don't know that we have any other special guests lined up. I don't think we have really access to any other special guests. But it's an interesting thought, though, isn't it? I don't think I could really go to meet and greets with wrestlers and go, would you mind singing this halftime score song for me? I mean, I could try, but I'm not sure how open they would be to that. Let's get a couple.
I'd have him turn face during the inevitable War Games match.
That was neat and Nitro.
I'd really like them to do a Seth Becky versus Punk AJ Lee match. Probably not for Mania. Possibly SummerSlam would be great.
Yeah, that would be great. That would be great. Somehow, if AJ Lee could come back at WrestleMania and then build to a match at SummerSlam, I agree with you. That would be great. Neat and Nitro, I don't know why it didn't read your name out there, but Nita Nitro said she'd have Cena turn face during the inevitable War Games match. So maybe do it at Survivor Series. Lisa said, do you think when Trick gets called up, they could turn him heel, put him back with Mello? It seems like Trick was being heelish with Javon last week. Has Trick ever worked as heel? Yeah, he was heel with Carmelo. When they were together, they were heels. So, yeah, he has done... He has done that. I don't mind. I mean, all I would say is, I think when you go to the main roster, it's a fresh start. So whatever you did in NXT is pretty irrelevant, right? We might reference it, but it's pretty irrelevant. So if he comes up onto the main roster, fresh start, let's go. If they're going to have him as a heel, that's absolutely fine. If they're going to have him as a face, that's absolutely fine. And then... yeah, he's done both. He can do both. He works well with both. No issues. No issues.
Aaron Hanrahan. Carmella has commented on her departure. Hope Corey doesn't get punished, saying she felt ghosted and felt punished because she had a baby.
Is that what she said? Well, look, if that's how she feels, that's how she feels. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're going to be petty enough to punish Corey for Carmella's comments. I don't think they would do that, right? But I am quite surprised that she's come out and made statements like that. It's very hard to think that WWE are going to punish people for going off and having a baby. I don't know that it would be punishment per se, but it could be that it's... I mean, she's not even healthy, though, is she? She's not ready to return. So is she saying that her release was punishment for having a baby? I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think they massively knew what to do with her when she was around before she had the baby. Do you know what I mean? She was always someone that was used, but not always used. Kind of plugged gaps. Sometimes she was in like title picture, but it was very rare. She might have been in a tag team or something. Like, I don't know. She's the kind of girl that I don't think they ever quite figured out. This is how we're using her. This is what we're going to do with her. We did a few little brand refreshes for her as well, which is normally a sign if they have to refresh your kind of gimmick a few times. You know, they tried to make her a bit more elegant, didn't they, at one point? That they gave her like the sommelier and all that stuff. They gave her Reggie. So I don't know. I'll have to see what she has worded it or how she's worded it. I mean, I hope she's not kind of burnt bridges, because I think she's a good talent. Honestly, I like her. I don't have any issue with her. It's hard to believe that WWE are punishing her for going off and having a baby. But if that's how she feels, that's how she feels. And she is more than entitled to speak her truth.
Thomas Campbell. I believe the last time WWE did something out of an arena is when Orton and Bray battled, and Orton burned the cabin down.
Orton Bray battled and Orton burnt the cabin down. I think they've done some other stuff as well, to be honest. I mean, as I said, on Friday, they did that little Chad Gable. On Monday, yesterday, they did that little Chad Gable thing. So, yeah, I mean, that's a good example of when we've kind of gone off and done something. But you could maybe look at Firefly Funhouse. You know, that as well was kind of filmed. We know that was done in Tom Savini's studio. Those episodes were like not done backstage. So, I mean, that would be another example. And, you know, there's loads of flipping examples during the pandemic, isn't there? Swamp fights and all that stuff, the Money in the Bank being at the WWE headquarters because we had so much freedom because there was no crowds. So I don't know how you solve that issue, to be honest. If it is a case of when do we grab people, how do we do it, how do we, you know, get these things filmed and edited and then inserted into the show in time. That's something for their production team to work out. But I do enjoy when we do it. And I do think it adds some extra to the shows. It's nice to have some stuff happening away from the arenas. And yeah, I think we've covered that one. Right, A Jobson.
A Jobson. Member. Daze when posted that on his IG that caught me off guard. What's in the box?
What's in the box? Yeah, I think it's a mask, but then there is a rumor that he's going to go to AAA and he's going to do some stuff there. I did actually send this. I did put this up, right? I want that one. So I put this up because I do find myself talking about things that I've read in the past during these parts of the streams. And it can be really hard to remember where I've read it or when I read it, right? And we know that not everything comes through and comes good. But we was talking about at the start of yesterday's stream about AAA and how WWE could be working with them and how they've been working with TNA. And it was quite a big conversation we had. And it actually prompted me afterwards to try and go back and find where did I find that information from. And I found it and I reposted it here, right? It's from February 10th. So it is going back nearly a month ago now. It was Brian Alvarez on Wrestling Observer Live that said it. He said, in his quest to conquer luchadors, there are rumors that Chad Gable could actually be working some matches in AAA whilst he's off WWE TV. I also have been told, and I don't know if it's true or not, I sure hope it is, that Chad Gable is actually going to be working some dates for AAA. So that was Brian Alvarez. He does say, I don't know if it's true or not. I sure hope it is. But he's been told that he's going to work some dates for AAA. Now, that's one of Mexico's biggest promotions. I mean, that would be crazy if that happens. We obviously don't know what's in the box. So is it a case that it's connected to AAA? Is it an invitation to go to AAA? Does it, has he just opened it and it's got the AAA logo on it or something? And it's like, some sort of invitation to go and learn. Or is it a mask? But we know Triple H doesn't like supernatural powers. So, I mean, if it is going to be a lucha mask, well, is Penta problems dealt with? because he's got some sort of lucha mask that's got special magical powers. That's not a Triple H approach, is it? That's not a Triple H thing to do. So, what is in the box? I don't know, is the answer. My initial thought is a mask. Because if you're going to open a box that's that kind of a size and you're in Mexico, apparently it wasn't Mexico, but you're in Mexico, and you open the box, I mean, I've got to think in there, a front runner is going to be that there's a lucha mask that's staring back at you. But maybe it's connected to this. Don't know. It's good though. I liked it. That was a highlight of Raw.
James Chadwick. Daze Carmella was never released her contract. Ended big difference.
Yeah, it's a good point. There is a difference between being released and just having your contract naturally come to an end. I suppose the point she's making is they didn't renew it because I'm being punished for getting... I'll have to watch it. But I don't know. It's a shame to hear that she's saying that. It's a shame to hear that she's feeling that. I certainly don't think it'll result in anything for Corey. I mean, where's he going to go now? Evolve. They've already bumped him down to NXT. So, where are we flipping going to go? So yeah, no, I'll have to watch it. I'll have to see what's being said. William, what's this? I saw my name.
William Hensey. Daze, with AEW being better than WWE, how will Endeavor manage to make any money at all up against the genius that is Tony Khan Booking LLC?
Honestly, I mean, I wish them all the best. I keep saying it. I mean it. I think that WWE's success doesn't have to relate to AEW's failure. I think the war's done. That's how it feels to me. I think the war's done. They could come back and they could make some noise again. I mean, they made some noise. 2019, when they started, 2020, we know Vince was worried. We know Vince was signing people up to big contracts because he didn't want talent going. We know that AEW was hitting that million mark at times. Raw, I think, was probably about 1.4, 1.5. So there was still a gap between them and Raw. But they were consistently beating NXT at that point. But, I mean, you fast forward to where we are now and, you know, they are now consistently behind NXT. There's clearly been a drop-off over it in recent years. And I don't know. I mean, I just sort of feel like it's done. I don't even know. I'm sure there are. I don't even know if there's as much passion anymore from the kind of anti-AEW brigade. There we go. Do you remember there was AEW botches and stuff like that? And there was, what was the other one? Kenny Olivier, I saw there was an account and all of that. They were, a few years ago, very active, constantly posting any little slip-up or botch that AEW was making. And there was kind of a real thriving industry. If you was putting videos up a few years ago about AEW have just botched, they've just goofed this, they've messed this up, I can't believe AEW did this, right? And then you had an image that had an arrow or something like that, right? Kept it vague. I mean, you was getting good views. I never partook in that. But there was a whole industry of channels and people and pundits and commentary people, whatever, commentators that were. And it was a big thing. But I don't even know if that exists anymore, to be honest with you. I don't even know if they've got the same energy anymore. I used to see a lot of people each week when the ratings would come out going, oh, no Millie. Another week for AEW, no Millie. I mean, I doubt they do that now, right? I mean, you don't even have to wait for the ratings anymore to post no Millie, right? And again, this is no shade on AEW, but I don't know. Is it? Perhaps I'm naive. Perhaps tribalism will exist forever. But is it not a different time now? Is it not like just done? Is it not just they are doing what they're doing, WWE's doing what they're doing? Don't know. No. What does this mean? What does this mean? Hello, evening. I hope you're doing well. Dominic, hello. I was wondering if someone was going to give me an answer of like, no, they're still out there. It still happens. But I don't know. Perhaps people don't know. Yeah, no, I don't know. Honestly. Oh, here we go. William said, it's never going to go away. Tony won't let it go away. He's still putting his brand up against WWE. Has he made comments recently, has he, or something? I mean, he puts his brand up, but I mean, he puts what, Collision up? He doesn't put anything up on a Wednesday. And I've not, I mean, I don't watch the show, so perhaps they're still mentioning WWE or taking shots at WWE. I mean, if they are, I've not seen it. And I think it'd be a bit silly because, you know, I think we can see kind of the run that WWE are on at the moment. So, I don't know. It won't go away. He is still putting his brand up. People talking about it won't let it go away, said X-Molder. Daze, do we know who's starting the show? No, but no, I'm not seeing anything. My new headphones are pretty cool. That's good. Shout out to you. Hey, Jobson. Laszlo said, I still watch, but it's just dragging a bit right now. Briggs said, I watched AEW when it first came out. I went to Wembley to see the show, but it felt like it just fell away. I still watch the highlights, but I don't watch the full show anymore. Just not the hype anymore. If it's wrestlers doing it without Khan's go-ahead, then that's something that needs to stop. It's hurting the brand right now, says William. Well, that's how I feel anyway. You know, I just sort of feel like, for me, I think it's done. I will very rarely still have a little pop at Tony because I think people can relate to the fact that he was... I think he just didn't deal with it right at all, to be honest. I think he didn't deal with that whole thing right. I don't know if he's still doing it, but it's, I suppose in a way, it's a bit low-hanging fruit. I should really not. It's just very rarely I might say something, but it's, at this point, it's done, innit? Right, the learning tree might be the worst gimmick of the year, said Lashlow. Right, people jumping in, saying hello, everyone. I know there's people out there excited for NXT, and rightfully so. It has been a very enjoyable brand in 2025, and no reason as to why that can't carry on tonight. Tonight, we don't have, like, the most stacked episode ever. We know that next week we're going to be at Madison Square Garden, so I wouldn't be shocked if tonight's episode is a little bit flat in comparison to next week and where we're going, but that's okay. I'm all right with that. I'm okay with that. I'm all right with it being a bit of a quieter week. We just had a great Raw. We just had a great Elimination Chamber. So if NXT is going to have a week where it just kind of settles down a little bit, maybe doesn't reach the dizzy heights, then I'm okay with that being this week. But next week should be really good. We're at Madison Square Garden in the theatre. Looking forward to that. Do you know what it says here on Netflix? NXT, this program is rousing. Not arousing, just rousing. That's what it says. I don't know why. It says genre, action and adventure, sports, wrestling. And it says this program is rousing. So there we go. We're gonna be roused. Big difference between rousing and aroused. Yeah. Lisa says, "Community, please hit that like button." Lisa, shout out to you. Hannah said, "Has Tony given up? Maybe people don't want to say what's on their, or maybe people don't want to say what's on their minds." No, I don't think he's given up. I just think the top. Well, to me, I feel like I don't see as much toxicity, as much tribalism, but then I don't look for it. So for me, it feels like things have settled to a degree. And I've got to think it's because the further apart the brands get, the more there's just not that. If they were neck and neck, if Dynamite was right up there with NXT right now and we were trying to see who was going to come out on top this week with the ratings, that turns the tribalism up. I mean, you'd have people arguing NXT was the better show. You'd have people arguing AEW was the better show. People would be breaking down the 15-minute segments. You'd be talking about, I can't believe you like that, it's trash, blah, blah, blah. I think it'd be in full effect. I think it'd be loud. But I don't think you have that as much at the moment because they're not close. And so right now, I think it feels to me like, I'm sure it's still there. I'm sure you can find it. As I think, was it William or someone was mentioning it, or it's still not being totally let go. But I don't know that it's the same level that it was. I don't know that it's the same level. Right, Undercover Manager, shout out to you.
Undercover Manager. This isn't a prediction. This is a spoiler within 6 months. Maybe even less, I believe We Evolve will generate a bigger audience than Dynamite without fail, mark my words.
This isn't a prediction, it's a spoiler. 6 months, even less, I believe Evolve will generate a bigger audience than Dynamite. Okay. Well, I hope so, because we're covering it. So I hope so. I would love for us to have a stream on a Wednesday that can do some decent numbers. I mean, I think there'll be people that will join us tomorrow. I think this first episode will get some attention. But I think it will settle down like most things. And the thing that's going to hurt Evolve is going to be the lack of star power. I mean, there's not going to be anyone there that you might have a Wendy Chu, but are people going to tune in to watch Wendy Chu? You might have, I don't know. I don't know who the draws are going to be. I don't know who is going to bring eyes to Evolve. I think I'm watching Evolve for Evolve. I'm watching Evolve because I want to see that next. I want to see how it's presented. I want to know how it feels as a brand. I want to, if someone pops up in NXT from Evolve, I'd like to know them, And so I'm watching for that. It's all part of the WWE system. So for me, on a Wednesday, let's go. I'm down. I'm down to watch it. And I can watch it, and it's on YouTube. And I think there'll be other people in our community that are interested. So, yeah, let's go. I'm excited. But we all know that star power and big names are what always bring in the views, and I don't know quite where that's going to come from. But, we'll see. I think people will tune in tomorrow for the first one to get a feel of it. But it, of course, like most things, will settle down after that. Okay, we got 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go. Let's get a couple of comments. See if we can line up a couple. I like the longer comments. Gives us more to get our teeth into. Hannah, James. Hopefully it reads your names out.
Hannah WWE.
Doesn't like that WWE, does it?
Daze.
Never reads it.
It's apparent that there are a few things that generate a lot of heat in Canada. Hulk Hogan, Bill Goldberg, and the USA National Anthem. Announcer Maffey was livid about that. James Chadwick. Daze, TK not doing production meetings. Before the show's cuss. He doesn't want to get criticized by talent is insane.
Oh, is that true? He's not doing production meetings because he doesn't want to get criticized by... Is that true, is it? Don't know. I honestly, I just don't follow people. It's not that I've got an issue with it, but I just don't ever see AEW news. It's really weird, actually. I don't even see much AEW news coming out of Fightful or PW Insider rumors, or I don't see any big rumors or anything. So I have not seen that. I haven't seen that news. So. Interesting. Right, 1 minute 37. Neil Kelly said there's no chance Evolve has better ratings than Dynamite in 6 months. But what is it? It's on Tubi as well, isn't it? I mean, how many people are watching Tubi? I don't even know. Is that easy to find, is it? If we was to look at, like, most watched platforms, where would Tubi rank? I mean, that tends to play a factor, doesn't it? So, for me personally, if you're going to add in, like, the YouTube numbers as well, but that's not like for like, is it? Because YouTube is going to be international. That's not US. Really, it's the Tubi number that is going to be the number. And I don't know how easy it is to get Tubi or watch Tubi, or how many people watch Tubi. At Laszlo said, LFG, you can tell it's not about who the best wrestler is, but who looks like they should be the best wrestler. Daze, non-wrestling related. What's your favourite food and dessert? I'm just being nosy, said Lisa. I don't really have one, to be honest, but I don't mind lots of different foods. I mean, pizza, burgers, or fast food stuff, fine. But then, you know, I'll have curry, stir fry, roast dinner. I mean, I don't know, just like everyone else. If I was to have a final meal, it would probably be, I don't know, honestly, I don't know, probably a burger or something, but I don't know. Not really bothered. There's not really anything that I'm not a fan of. I'm not a fan of cherries. Don't like cherries so much. Even when I was a kid, we have these Bakewell tart things. So they're like a little cake thing with some icing and a cherry on it. I always used to take my cherry off. Bin that. So yeah, I'd never have like cherry flavored drink or anything like this. Cherry pie, or I'd avoid that. But outside of that, I pretty much eat anything really. And honestly, desserts I try and stay away from if I can, because for someone with my levels of inactivity, that would be a killer. It's really not in my interest to be having desserts. It's got a premium live event vibe. Right, we're just looking back at last week's show. NXT. Swanton Bomb. Yeah, last week was so fun, actually. Really enjoyed last week. Boom. Right. I got a message on my screen saying that it had been moved to tomorrow. Well, Evolve's tomorrow. Perhaps it was about that. Perhaps it was about Evolve. So we're just seeing last week, and we're just seeing what went down with Oba Femi and Moose. Those guys are on a collision course. Ricky Saints. A Brummy bacon cake, surely, said Jared's. A Brummy bacon cake. Do you know something I've never had? That's Bovril. Never had Bovril, which is like a West Midlands thing. Right, we've just got quite a big recap here. NXT. Okay, we are at the Performance Center. NXT. Can Shawn Spears' family become stronger? Can he win the North American Championship tonight? There's the Riz. There's the Hardys as well. Great to see the Hardys. Okay, what are we starting with? Chelsea Green! Chelsea Green making her way out. She's coming out with the Secret Harvest as well. Let's go. It's a pretty fun way to start proceedings. So, Chelsea and Piper versus Zarya and Sol Ruka. Women's United States Champion. Lillian Garcia is here. Do you know how long it's been since I had my presence graced with Chelsea Green, says Corey Graves. Right, today we found out these pancake are filled donuts in a Polish cuisine. Ooh, that looks like it's going to be hard to read. Get the voice to do that. Okay, here's Zarya making her way out. So we're starting with a pretty fun match. Let's see if it'll read this, actually.
A Jobson, member. Days today we had these punski, are filled donuts found in Polish cuisine. Pączki, glazed punski. Alternative names, kreppel, perkel. Type, donut. Place of origin, Poland.
Oh, well, it did well. I don't know if it's pronounced it correctly, but it did well. I was impressed. Lisa said, I'm in the US, but I can't watch it live. I've got a Roku service, and they are always a week behind. I have to watch it through Daze's eyes. Well, that sucks. Why is that happening? That sucks. Can't you watch it through... You could watch wrestling. You could go to watch wrestling. It's a bit of a nightmare, though, isn't it? With all the pop-up ads and everything, but... it's something. Wes says, Viva Liverpool. Hannah said, NXT is not on my TV in the States due to the state of address. Oh, really? Is that right now? Is that happening now? Yeah, that's... What's he going to say? I heard flipping rumours, like there was rumours doing the rounds, which I hope is not true, that he might pull you out of NATO. Chelsea. Boom! Goes down, face first. Shoulder up. Okay, Piper is coming in. We've got Sol Ruka in there. Okay, tag is made and Zarya is coming in. Zarya stepping up to Piper Niven. Piper just pats her on the heads. And Zarya grabs Piper by the throats. She picks up Zarya, looking to slam her down. Oh, Zarya was trying to power up Piper. No joy. Shot is blocked. That shot's blocked as well. They both headbutt each other. Colliding into each other as well. Back against the ropes goes Piper. Shoulder tackle. Down goes Zarya. There's Chelsea. Zarya in the background. Rising up to her feet. Looking to charge over, clothesline. Down goes Piper. Zarya coming over. Making the tag. Here's Sol Ruka, top rope. Splash! Why did she do that when Piper had so clearly moved out the way? Piper was like starting to move when Sol jumped, but she was already moving. There's a press conference that's happening at the same time, and that press conference is to do with Roadblock. We're just hearing from Fraxium. Where can we watch NXT if it's not on channel 11? Honestly, I don't know. Here in the UK, it's on Netflix in the UK. You could try on Watch Wrestling, the website. Whether that's going to work, I don't know, because they might get their feed from America. So, honestly, I don't know. Does anyone know where it might be? JP Ville said, why hasn't Soul been pushed as a championship contender? She's been out injured for quite a while, so she's come back. And they have put her in this tag team. And I think they've seen bright things for her. But I think at the moment with Julia and Stephanie and all of that, they're focused on them. And I could see Zarya and Soul. Oof, crossbody to the outside. Little bit off. Okay, we got Piper. Did she land weird on her arm or something? She's hurt her arm, has she? She's got her arm like that. And Zarya was just checking on it. She's still... What's she doing? Is it a finger? Is there an issue? Is she okay? Okay, right now we're sticking with it. She's still grabbing her arm. Something's not right with Sol Ruka here. Something doesn't look quite right. She's back in the ring. We've gone to commercial break. She's in the corner. A tag's been made. Sol Ruka's actually getting out the ring. She goes to the outside. Zarya is in the ring, and I think there's an injury here. I think there's an injury. We've just seen Sol Ruka do a crossbody to the outside. I think the landing has resulted in her doing something with her hand, with her arm. She's getting back on the edge of the ring, but at the moment... I'm keeping an eye on that situation. Shot to the midsection there by Piper. We're in a different part of town as Zarya is getting double teamed here. We've got Piper charging over. Roll through there by Zarya. Tag being made. Keeping an eye on Sol. Sol goes down. She's back up. Head first. She's still... keeping an eye on that left arm. She goes up, slam down. Shot coming in, and again. Sol Ruka down. Chelsea grabbing her by the hair. Shot coming into the midsection. Looks like we're going to get a suplex. No, nice reversal there by Sol. Roll up, roll back on her feet. And again, she's grabbing... I can't tell if it's the rib or if it's the arm. Flipping her over. Tyler, shout out to you. Appreciate the support. Jared said, surely JC Jane deserves a call-up now. I think it's just about when they're ready for them. I don't know that it's a case that they get to a certain level and then, boom, you're just called up. I think it's more of a, you get to a level and it's about is the character right? You know, how are we going to use them on the main roster? That was cheeky. That was really cheeky. Love that. Piper kind of spun Sol Ruka around. As she got to the corner, Chelsea slapped her. Chelsea's in there right now. Okay, they're pledging allegiance to Chelsea by the looks of it. Oh, going for the cover. Crowd are loving this, you know. We're still not back yet. I love that little spot where she spun around and slapped her in the face. Crowd are chanting USA. Right now, shot to the midsection there by Sol. So, again, trying to make that tag. Forearm shot coming in. Again, trying to make the tag. There's no sign of that injury now. She goes down. Tag being made. In comes Piper. Yeah, I think it's a case of, like, you get to a point where you are ready, but you need the character, and the main roster need to know how to use you. And really, the stars have got to align for you to get the call-up. Unfortunately, recently, people have been getting called up where the stars haven't aligned. And it's resulted in some frustration. Okay, Piper on the outside. No, Piper in the ring, sorry. Zarya on the outside. Kick coming in there by Sol. We're back now, said Suzanne. Anything on NXT? It's a conference on Channel 11, said Sage Slim. Hardy Boyz tonight. Chelsea. Oh, big splash coming in by Piper. Sol is in there by herself. Zarya down on the outside. Sol is thrown. Piper collides into Sol. Chelsea looking to get into the ring. Sol up top, kicking out. Chelsea coming up. She gets pushed down. Chelsea and Piper are together. Middle of the ring. Cross body by Sol. Down goes Piper. Down goes Chelsea. Zarya makes the tag. Zarya getting in. Zarya, big boot to Piper. She goes down. Looking for a suplex to Chelsea. She gets it. Clothesline. Down goes Piper. Zarya, another suplex to Chelsea. Chelsea getting ragdolled. Nice duck underneath. Trying to pick up Piper. Back elbow there by Piper. Zarya against the rope. Spear! She does good spears, actually, Zarya. That was a nice looking spear. Spear to Chelsea as well. Chelsea down. Piper down. 1, 2. Foot on the rope. Foot on the rope by Chelsea Green. Foot on the rope. Not bad. Pretty fun. Solid women's match, said A. Jobson. Is Damien dating Caden? They look friendly on TikTok. I don't believe so. I think they are just friends. Elbow drop by Piper on Zarya. 1, 2. Oh, Zarya kicks out. Bloods. Wow, Chelsea Green is busted. Yeah, Corey Graves said Chelsea's nose might be broken. I don't think it is, but she has got blood pouring down her face. Clearly, that little spot they just did not going to plan. Oh my God! Amazing by Sol Ruka. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Oh, Piper! The secret Hervis! Just splashed Chelsea by mistake. Oh my God, and you can see the blood all over her face. Now, she's going to slam Piper onto Chelsea! Ah, mate! Oh my God! Soul Snatcher! Oh, mate. Oh, 1, 2. Oh, mate. So good. I love that finishing sequence. Soul Snatcher off the ropes. Not off the corner, off the ropes. That means she can start hitting it in different places. Have we seen her doing it off the ropes before? Have we seen her doing it off the ropes? Soul Snatcher. Peter said this had no business being that good. I know. That was so fun. I mean, look, little sloppy at the start. Little few moments that were off, but... we got Ava, we got Jordan. Tyler said, for anyone that can't watch NXT, it should be on the app. Oh, that's good to know. That's good to know. Okay, we got Jordan and we've got Kora. Kora said she's come here to thank Ava because she signed off on a match. Defcon, shout out to you. Some Walmarts choose not to carry AEW figures anymore. Ringside Collectibles is too much dollars. What's going on with Jazzwares? We're losing out on waves. Well, I spoke to a wrestling shop about this. It was quite a while ago now. They said that there was no problem. It was just the market had got flooded. They really did flood the market too much. And so they're just trying to let it all level back out again, let it get kind of sorted naturally through sales and whatever. And then the plan was that it was going to just pick back up again. But if you're telling me that Walmarts are still not running with the figures again, then that would suggest there's a deeper problem now. But you might remember that when they first was doing the figures were just clogging up shelves and they were really flooding the market with them. I mean, they really went big. And you could argue they went way too big, too fast. Yeah, that thing between Bubba and this dude feels scripted, doesn't it? Or at least it feels that way to me. Watch next day on the A&E app. Right. Guys, is it fair that I vote matches when Daze does polls, even though I'm technically watching? I'm just here in the play. But yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. I mean, we are describing what is happening, and I think you can see the reaction from other people. That is definitely a match that's worth watch. If you just want to watch a fun match, just have a bit of fun. That is a match that is definitely worth it. How did Kevin and Sammy not have blood, but Chelsea bleeds during this match, said Oppola. Yeah, they should have had some blood in that match, shouldn't they? I was a bit confused about the gimmicked chair thing, because when they said the chair wasn't gimmicked and it wasn't shaved down, like, that could be true because maybe it wasn't shaved down. But what about the barbed wire? Like, does it include that wasn't gimmicked as well? Does it mean that was also... I was a little confused on that. It might be super, like... It might be super obvious that, like, no, the whole chair, the barbed wire, the chair, absolutely everything, nothing was changed. It was barbed wire wrapped around a steel chair. It was legit. But I was reading that thing that was doing the rounds, and they were focused on the chair and how the chair hadn't been shaved down. And I was like, okay, I can believe that, but what about the barbed wire? Because I agree with you, it's strange to see what they did there and see that there was no one getting cut open and that there was no, bodies being shredded with barbed wire. I know you can get special short barbed wire, but it probably was a bit surprising there wasn't some blood in that, but I don't know, it was brilliant. It was still brilliant. Still a top match. I mean, it's in the top 5 the community, I think, have ever voted on. So, yeah. I'm not mad at KO not having bloods. If it did, it might have taken away from Cody bleeding in that segment, in my opinion, says James. PJ said, I noticed that KO had holes in his face after bumping cheek first into the barbed wire chair, said PJ. They were talking about the barbs on the wire that was wrapped around the chair. The chair itself was not altered either. They were talking about the barbs. What about how that was not altered? That was legit, was it? Steve, am I getting that right? It'd just be interesting to know, that's all. You can make leather look like barbed wire, says Mani's Manic. Well, really? Mani's Manic Media, Triple M. The barbed wire wasn't gimmicked. Maven shows you how to make it safe on his YouTube channel, says Stephen. What does that mean that they don't shave the barbed wire? Kevin should have bled when he took a face shot if they shaved it. Well, I don't know what they did with it. I mean, there was a report going around that it wasn't gimmicked. But it said about how the chair hadn't been shaved down. I didn't see any comments about the barbed wire, which is why I was just a little, like, confused as to It's not important. It's really not important. It really doesn't matter. It was a brilliant match and I loved it. That's the headline. And then a report went around that the chair had not been gimmicked. But if people want to get into the finer points of what does that mean, I'm not sure. Was it the chair? Was it the barbed wire? I don't know. Do you know what? We need to just learn to watch wrestling and enjoy it. And that's it. Right, Zarya. I need to get this down. Zarya and Sol versus Chelsea and Piper. Oh, here he is. Trick Willie. This is that Uriah Connors. Kale Dixon. You come back later with your package. Did I stutter? Oh my god, this version of Trick is so good. Oh, I'm not playing with your punk ass. Nah, mess him up. Mess him up. In honor of Mr. Chase. They're going to go after Trick in honor of Mr. Chase. Right, here's Kalani. 25 minutes in, it's another fun show, isn't it? In honor of Mr. Chase. I read somewhere that Rock didn't want blood in the non-sanctioned match because of the beatdown angle he was doing with Cody, said Lisa. That's what James just said. Yeah. Big Popper said she just competed within the last couple of weeks. Kapata said, I think I just made my wife realise WWE and wrestling in general is days of our lives, but about wrestling. Oh. Yeah, like a TV drama type thing. Okay, here's Kalani versus Jada. Kalani versus Jada Parker. These two pushing back at each other and locking up. And Kalani being driven back into the corner. Jada. Bang. Bang. Kalani goes over the other side. Jada coming over. Grabbing her. Hurling her into the corner. Kalani goes up over the top. Lands on her feet. Round the back. Drop kick. Down goes Jada. Kalani coming over. Spear there by Kalani. And again. Smashing into Jada. Jada screaming out. Taking her over. Looking for a standing moonsault. Gets it. Jordan Grace against Kora Jade tonight. Oh, working on the arm there of Jada again. So it's all Kalani right now. Kalani in control, rolling through, going for the pin. Yeah, lots of quick pinfalls. Never crazy about those in the early stages, but I'm flipping used to it now. Right. The barbed wire was definitely rigged, said JP. You could tell. It was still great drama, though, before we realised. It honestly doesn't even worry me if it was. It doesn't worry me if it turns out that it was. It doesn't take anything away. I can still look at that and believe that it is barbed wire and that it's brutal. Against the ropes goes Jada and under that bottom rope. Stomped to the back by Kalani. She's going to springboard. It's moonsault. Takes down Jada Parker. In the ring goes Jada. Kalani against the ropes. Crossbody. Down goes Jada. 2. Kick out. Kalani screams. Steve M. Shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support, dudes. Let's get that read out.
Steve M. 1983. Member. Gifted 10 Wrestling Daze memberships. Legend.
Steve, shout out to you, my friend Steve M. Really appreciate it, seeing the people that have benefited there. Yeah. Make sure you thank Steve M, yeah. Right, we've got Jada climbing up. Grabbing a hold of Kalani. Oh, slamming her down. Hard. Do we think Tessa will interfere in the Cora Jade match? No. I can't imagine that they're going to bring her over to NXT. I can't imagine that NXT are interested in doing anything with Tessa at the moment. I would imagine they probably are interested if she is going to somehow find a way of getting accepted again, but I don't know. You just don't need it, do you? You don't need the issues. She's a great talent, but it's so not needed. We've got so many. They were already saying this is the best women's division. Like, why do you need the drama of adding Tessa? Bang! Into the edge of the ring. Nathan said, no, Tessa, please stay away. Jada Parker getting back into the ring. And right now we have got Kalani down. Chop coming in there by Kalani. Into the barricades. So we got Jada and we've got Kalani. Chop coming in there by Jada. Jada very much in control. These two have been really beating each other. Back in the ring goes Kalani. Jada getting back in. What I like about Jada is I really believe that she is quite vicious. I really believe that, like, you put her in a street fight and that's just, you know, that's where she would shine. She's the kind of girl that will, you know, really try to hurt girls. She's not like an in-ring technician. But she's someone that will, you know, we've seen her feud with Lola, for example. So her on the outside of the ring, smashing Kalani into the barricades. Going for the pin. Kick out there by Kalani. Kalani trying to find a way out of this, trying to get a reversal. No joy. Shocks coming into the back there by Jada. Kalani is still in a seated position. Yeah, and this is... she's keeping her grounded at the moment. Back elbow there by Kalani. And again. Kalani getting up, going over to the corner. Jada on her feet, charging over. Looking to roll her up, going for the pin. Kick out. Kalani might have gone into that turnbuckle. Couldn't quite see. The camera angle wasn't brilliant. Jada picking her up, though. Putting her into the corner. Got her draped on that middle rope as a big chop comes in. Jada charging over. Going up. I love that. I love that. It's the best move. Not when she actually jumps down, but when she walks away doing that bit. That's the best. She's got it. Ooh, that was messy. Oh my God. Don't even know what that was. Kick out. Defcon said Fraxium will be the first to hold the NXT and TNA golds. Shot coming into the back. Defcon Prime, I hope you're doing well, my friends. Crowds are applauding away, and I think people are enjoying the action so far. First match was really good. This one has been fun, actually. Not down on this at all. Two great talents going at it. Kick coming in there by Jada. Kalani going underneath, grabbing her. That was a lovely move. She grabbed the leg and then sort of fell back with Jada. Oh. Chin breaker. Look at this. We're just seeing a replay of Kalani being chucked around. Hannah, shout out to you.
Hannah WWE
Kalani
Daze.
to the outside.
I'm excited for the WEP, as sometimes I miss Tommy's streams. Let's hope the former Boston University graduate has some left in the tank to stream PPV Sunday for one last stream before retirement.
Oh, you'll have to ask him. I'll be shocked if he's doing it. It's probably at a musical. Jada through the ropes. Bang! Right on the knee. Jada is slumped at the moment. Kalani. I don't know what she's calling that, but it's it was pointed out on social media that it seems to be paying tribute to Carmelo. You know how Carmelo does that leg drop off the top? That sort of like fadeaway thing. I suppose it's not the top. Is it the middle rope? Bounces off, comes back, hits the leg. She's kind of doing something similar, but she puts her own twist on it. So it does feel like it's a bit of a tribute to her partner, Carmelo. I don't know what she calls it. Commentators don't ever refer to it by any name. Kalani against the ropes. Down goes Jada. And again. Matthew, shout out to you, my friends. Princess Lady said, everyone, I've been in hospital for 3 days, but I'm home now. I'm sorry to hear that, buds. I hope everything's okay. Good to hear that you're out. Here's getting scooped up, lands on her feet. Kalani, she's got Jada. Takes her down, goes for the pin, kick out. These two are battling away, and it's really hard to separate them. Really hard. Jada down. She's being dragged over to the corner by Kalani. Is she going to go for like a split leg moonsault or something? She's going to go up. No. Looked like she was going to go for it, but couldn't quite get it. Jada moved out the way. Roll up there by Kalani. Middle of the ring. She's up. On the shoulders. Samoan drop. By Jada. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Shoulder up again. Jeez. This is turning into a flipping Ric Flair Broadway. We might have to start cancelling the segments. Yeah, looking for that crossface. Can't quite get it. Jumping on the back at the moment. Middle of the ring. Jada driving Kalani back into the corner. Chop coming in there by Jada. This thing back and forth. She's got her in the middle. Chop coming in. Oh, we're going to see it. We are going to see something here. We got Kalani draped over that middle rope. What is Jada going for? Kick coming in there. Right now, Jada is on the top. Kalani looking for a superplex. She's trying for it. She can't get it. Over in the corner. She's looking to go big. Jada's going up as well. They're really setting up for something big here. Spanish fly. Spanish fly! Spanish fly by Kalani. Jada is Spanish flied. Crowd are chanting NXT. It's a great spot to see live a Spanish fly in it. Here's Kalani. Oh, crashes on the edge of the ring. Crashes on the edge of the ring. Oh, hip attack there by Jada. She's got a little limp as she charges over, but Jada goes into the ring steps. Kalani moved out the way. Jada goes down. Tries to grab her. Tries to get her back into the ring. Crowd are starting to chant, this is awesome. Yeah, they're really getting into it now. Really getting into it. It's weird because, like, the match was good. Then I felt it outstayed its welcome. And now it's come back to being good again. Jada goes down. Kanani up top in the corner. Whoa! Damn. Goes through it. Oh, hip attack there by Jada. She might get it. 1, 2, 3. She does. She does. Wrestling Russ said there's some great action tonight. Hannah said this NXT is great. Stone Cold Fella, hello. Let's get match scores. Yeah, that Spanish fly was pretty sick. Took them ages to set it up, but they nailed it. And then they followed it up with the stair spot. There we go, Jada in the ring, and she picks up the dub. Julia, Stephanie. I'll be at Roadblock watching your match. Julia, Stephanie, I'ma be at Roadblock. Here we are with the family. Here's Kelly Kincaid. I don't feel like I've seen her in a while. Kelly Kincaid. Welcome back. Good to see you. If you don't have nothing good to say about a woman, then don't say anything. So he doesn't want to talk about Izzy Dame. Is it too soon for a return? So they're planting a seed that Tony's not going to be 100%. There's only one family in NXT. The D'Angelo family. There's the Hardys! There's the Hardys!
Alex Marcy, member. Daze, do you think Evolve will just have men's and women's championships? Do you think there is a chance they have tag belts as well?
I don't know that they will do tags at the start. They could do. They could do. I mean, I think they'll probably focus on just singles at the start. Normally, tags get thrown together, don't they? I sort of feel like you don't really get people coming in, unless they come in from, like, the indie. I can't even think if any tag team's been ID'd, and I don't think they have. So I sort of feel like everyone they're working with are single stars. You normally get put together in a tag team if we're not quite sure how to use you, to be honest. If we need to get you on TV, but you're not ready for the main event scene, and mid-card that just feels like there's something missing or there's other people ahead of you, then you can sort of find yourself, you know, like Nathan Frazier, Axiom. You know, they were not quite ready to mix it up with the Bron Breakers and the Carmelo Hayes. So, you know, they ended up getting put. Well, first of all, they were doing like a series of matches against each other, which were absolute bangers. And then, you know, they ended up putting them into a tag team. And the same with like Hank and Tank. Didn't quite know what to do with them, put them in a tag team. Same with like that Tyson and Tyreek. Put them into a tag team. You know, same with Luca and Stax. Put them into a tag team. Like, this is how a lot of the tag teams get put together. So when it comes to Evolve, I don't know if we're gonna struggle to know what to do with people, because I don't know how serious of a brand this is going to be. Do you know what I mean? Is it going to be like NXT Level Up, where it's matches and we just do a little story? Or is it going to be a proper brand? I still don't know. How much are we going to have to worry about the champion defending against someone that's not a massive star? I mean, none of them are massive stars. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm not expecting tag titles at the start, but they might introduce them eventually. Jay said, in New York, if you have to Mum, the CW is presenting the Trump State of Address, which is annoying. Well, someone said about going onto the app. Said if you go to the app, then you can watch it that way. So, yeah, I think there is a bit of frustration of finding it tonight.
James Chadwick. Glad to see Kelly Kincaid back. She's been away being a mum.
Yeah, good. I don't know how long she's been away. I've not seen her for ages, so good to have her back. I agree. Congrats to her. Hannah? We're at commercial break, by the way.
WWE Daze. With Evolve having many talent from different small promotions, would you see Evolve having wrestlers from your favorite indie promotion, Ayrton W Pro? Imagine their wrestler Jebediah Mash in Evolve.
AR Pro. They're not signed up, are they, at the moment? I haven't seen AR Pro be one of the promotions that's working with them, so not until they sign. But if they do sign, well, listen, to be honest, it's the reason why I'm watching Evolve. Because at some point, ARW Pro is probably going to come on board. And I want to be there the very second that happens. Me and Carmen wrestling.
Evans. Hey, Daze. Wasn't John Cena a heel when he joined a group faction? Or is this his first heel turn? Did you enjoy it? Is this we've been waiting for ages?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's been over 20 odd years. I think he was doing some heel stuff at the very, very beginning. But yeah, not for 20 plus years. What's this? What's this music? What is this? Everyone's standing up in the crowds. What was that? We literally just went back to the arena. All of the NXT crowd were kind of standing up, like looking over. And there was some sort of music that was playing, which was really weird. No commentary, nothing was being said. And then we've just clicked over to Oba Femi's press conference. Did anyone else have that? That was weird, wasn't it? So he's just talking about Moose.
James Chadwick. Daze ID. Rather than take their time setting up the move and nailing it than rushing, and someone getting injured, cuss it went wrong.
Oh yeah, definitely. I would like to see that just get a little sped up though when we go to the main roster. I think, again, it's no problem. They took a little time setting it up, but no issue. Here we go. The Hardys are coming out. Hardy's music hits. They come walking out. Right, let's go, Hardy Boyz. Delete. Word on the street, and again, the streets have not been telling the truth recently, but word on the street is that these guys should be working a program with the main roster, like later this year, after WrestleMania, maybe around SummerSlam time. But I think the future is bright for the Hardy Boyz in WWE. I mean, Jeff Hardy is still a really big star. The Hardy Boyz on NXT is pretty crazy to see. Booker just said don't, and I don't know why. I don't know what that was. I think he was saying something to Vic Joseph. He just went, don't. Okay, crowd are making some noise. Matt and Jeff in the ring. Great reaction. Jeff's, you can see it means a lot to Jeff. The last few weeks have felt surreal. Feels so good to be here in NXT. It feels so damn good to be home in the WWE. Come home. Welcome home. Welcome home. We can feel the love, says Matt. It's great to see them. It was exhilarating beating No Quarter Catch Crew. You lot loved that match last week. You scored it really high. We've been everywhere. We've traveled millions of miles. The positivity and the passion in that NXT locker room is off the charts. They are loving being here, aren't they? They are loving it. We looked Fraxium in the eyes last week. I saw the same fire. Hank and Tank are coming. Hank and Tank. Oh my God, this community is going to flip and lose it. Brony's like, oh my God, yes. Oh my God. Brony's going to explode. Hank and Tank are here. Oh, I got to tell you, the live crowd aren't loving it. Brony just exploded. Delete, delete, delete. Brony, your boys are being disrespected. Look at these shorts that they're wearing. That is a choice in it. Look at these shorts. What have we got to do? We know who you are. We enjoy your work. You're both young and strong. You got to break the norm. Sometimes you got to take things to the extreme. Tables, ladders, chairs. No. What's this? Where are we going? Look in their eyes. Matt saying, look at their eyes. They've got the same hunger and passion that we had when we started. Who's coming out now? We've had Hank and Tank come out, and now we're bringing out Briggs and Inamura. Is it a case that the Hardy Boyz are in this segment, so we're going to just throw out a load of tag teams? Crowd are booing. I don't think they were expecting these guys to get booed. Have they done anything to warrant being booed? Or is it just... Delete, delete, delete. Give me Fraxium. We got Hank Tank, Briggs and Inamura, Hardy Boyz. The Hardys won't give you a title shot. We're taking it. Is it going to be Hank and Tank against Briggs and Inamura? Okay, there you go. Through the ropes. Hank and Tank go after Briggs and Inamura. Hardy Boyz just watching on in the ring as these two guys, or four guys, brawl to the back. Fraxium. I knew you'd come. Ah, they were already in the ring. Fraxium, I knew you'd come. That was great. Fraxium, I knew you'd come. And they were standing right behind him. Bring your bet. What a match this is going to be. Jesus. Oh, the crowd are chanting deletes. Let's find out who is the best tag team in the world today. Is anyone saying it's the Hardys? Those NXT tag belts look so good. The TNA ones don't look bad either. Honestly, I don't mind the red straps. That was all right, wasn't it? That was okay. Madison Square Garden shows are going to be stacked, said K-Dub. I knew you'd come. Halftime song. We're not there yet. You're trying to jump the gun. We've still got 5 minutes. Be illegal to do it now.
Kappa Owens.
Right.
Well, it's the USOS, but the Hardys are currently, since there's still a team law.
It's Usos, but the Hardys are currently. I don't know, actually, because who? Wrestling Observer Awards 2024. They were announced the other day. Who did they have as tag team of Rundown? Has it got that information? Who was... I think Fraxium might have won. I just want to know if the Hardys were even on the list. Okay, January 22nd. In 5th place, I don't know how many votes this was. This was the Wrestling Observer Awards, and I know people will be like, oh, who cares? But we've got to go off something, haven't we? So, Team 200 kg. Who the hell's that? Who's that? Does anyone know who that is? Who the flips Team 200 kg? Team 200 kg. They're a women's team. A couple of women. Lady team. Sendai Girls in Japan. Oh, damn, really high rating on flipping cage match, but they've only had 8 votes. Team 200 kg lady wrestlers from Sendai Girls. Okay, but they got 2.2% of the vote. Then it was FWC. FWC. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you know. I know, you know. We all know FWC. Stardom tag team. Yeah, another lady group, right? We knew that. So they got 4% of the vote. Then, no word of a lie, in third place was Bob Bob and Momo Banana. I'm not even lying. In third place in the awards was Bob Bob and Momo Banana. How that didn't win, I have absolutely no idea. Bob Bob Momo Banana. It is disgusting that you lot have not mentioned Bob Bob Momo Banana as one of the legit premier tag teams in the world right now. Yeah. Instead, we're trying to figure out if Hardy Boyz are legit one of the best teams right now. When we all secretly know that Bob Bob Momo Banana is absolutely one of the premium tag teams. Another Sendai girls group. Bob Bob Momo Banana. Can we find any pictures of Bob Bob Momo Banana? Because I think we all want to know what they look like. Apparently this is Bob Bob Momo Banana. Stephanie and Julia. The fact that Bob Bob Momo Banana were easily the tag team of the year so far before Mio went down makes it even harder to stomach that she's going to be out for a few months. Dude, Harkin, yeah, HQ wrestling fan. The fact that Bob Bob Momo Banana were easily the best tag team of the year. Oh my God. And Harkin follows me? Dude, you're into Bob Bob Momo Banana and you've seen my content and you're like, I need to follow this guy. Well, I'm following you back and I'm leaving a like. I love Bob. Respect. Gotta pay respect. Okay, so Bob Bob Momo Banana, they were in third place with 5%. Second place was the Young Bucks. And then number one was Fraxium. Guys, Hardy Boyz aren't even better than Bob Bob Momo Banana. Oh my God, I'm such a Bob Bob Momo Banana stan now. Oh my God. Oh my God, look at this picture I found. Look at this picture. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Queens. Guys, this is the greatest tag team in the world. That's coming from Wrestling Observer. Well, they're technically third, just behind the Young Bucks and Fraxium. Is that what's a Bob Bob? I can see she's a banana, but what's a Bob Bob? Ah, here's Jordan Grace. My life is so much better now that I know that they exist. Flipping, let's go. Wrestling's the best. Right, here's Jordan Grace making her way down to the ring. Jordan Grace versus Kora Jade. Jordan Grace in the ring then, flexing her guns. It's the gun show. Welcome to the generation of Jades. Is he talking yet? Has he started his thing yet? No, not yet. There's Masha Slamovich in the crowds. So Kora Jade getting into the ring. She's going to be taking on Jordynne Grace. Do you know, this is a tricky one, actually, because they've both got to kind of win, haven't they, really? Can't see Jordynne Grace losing, but then equally, we've got Kora Jade, who's going to be going for the TNA Championship soon, so she can't really lose. Mackenzie said, imagine Bob Momo Banana in WWE. Flipping dream match, mate. Dream match. Bob Momo Banana. Oh my god, it's just, I mean, like, everything about that's fun, and it's fun to say. I can see chants, I can see merch, I can see plush bananas. Over against the ropes goes Kora. She tries to kick out. Duck underneath, round the back, rolling up Jordynne one. No. Jordynne getting Kora. Driving her back. Oh, into the corner again. It seems like NXT focused more on their women's roster. Raw and SmackDown don't highlight the women roster like this. Not a bad thing, but it's an observation. Headbutt there. Jordynne. Oh! And again, shoulder up there by Kora Jade. Sign in the crowd says Kora sucks. Would there be bananas going bananas for Bob Momo Banana, said Brian. Yeah. I still don't know what a Momo is. That's kind of fun. So Jordynne's keeping Kora standing. She's colliding her with a clothesline in the front and then in the back, and now going for a big one to finish. Kora, though, goes against the rope, sidewalk slam! Oh, my God, she just dumped her down. Dumped her down. Jordynne Grace just really showing out at the moment. Collides into Kora. Kora, though, grabbing Jordynne, slamming her back into the corner. Kora goes down, selling a little bit. I miss the Road Warriors. Oh, what a team. What a team. Bob Momo Banana versus Jumping Bomb Angel. Oh, let's go. How do you watch Sendai Girls? I mean, we all need to watch their matches now. Sendai Girls, where to watch? It's on Wrestle Universe. What's that? Some sort of indie sign-up thing, is it? Sendai Girls. You can watch on there. It's even got that image as one of the videos. Do you go on there, James? This Wrestle Universe. It's got Noah on there. It's got Marigold. It's got, I think it's all like Sendai, DDT, Michinoku. It's just got lots of Japanese promotions. It doesn't look like it's got All Japan or New Japan, but it's got a lot of the other ones like TJPW, DDT, Noah, Marigold, Sendai. I wonder what the pricing is. Schedule. Groups. Don't know. Oh, unlimited viewing for 1,298 yen. What's that? What's that in pounds? Jordynne grabs a hold of the rope. As Kora throws down a few shots. Oh, £6.78. That's all right, isn't it? £6.78 for a month. Could buy a month, buy a bit of Bob Momo banana. Over the other side, Kora into the corner. I can't afford any more subscriptions, said James. That's true. He already has to pay 20 a month for Big and Busty. Kick coming in there by Kora. It's about 866 USD, says Johnny. Johnny, shout out to you. Pete said it's about $8. That's not bad, is it? I don't know that I would get a great deal out of it, but I don't know. I mean, like, Stardom's all right. I don't mind watching a bit of Stardom, a bit of Marigolds. I mean, we know that Julia's come from that world. Keep hearing about these amazing women wrestlers from those kind of promotions, and a good few of those tag teams were in the top 5, weren't they? It wasn't just Momo Bob Banana or whatever. Bob Momo Banana. There was what was it? Team 200 kg. Need to check them out as well. Right now, Kora Jade being driven back to the corner. Big Time said tonight's NXT does feel a little bit filler build into next week. Kind of thought it would, to be honest. Kind of said it'd be all right if it was a bit of a step down. To be honest, the first 2 matches were really fun. We just had a Hardy segment. Now we got Jordynne Grace in there. A lot of people wanted her to go straight to the main roster. So Kora Jade is no small star. She's obviously got a name. Right now, we're still at commercial break at the moment as well. We've got a doctor just having a word with Kora. Kora's just checking on her knee. So we are just seeing a doctor in there. Jada's been moved back to the other side. We've still got a minute or so until we go back, but looks like there's a bit of a medical issue. So she's just sat in the corner at the moment. She's got a... Oh, no, this could be bad, you know. This could be bad. Kora is... Unless she's playing possum, unless as soon as we come back from commercial break... But, I don't know, she's got kind of her head in her hand. We got Jordynne Grace over the other side of the ring, and there is some concern here. There is some concern. Referee coming over. He's gone over to Jordynne. I don't know what he's saying. She seems to be sat on that bottom rope, and I don't know, the way she's breathing, the way she's acting, I think this is serious. I think this is serious. If she's working right now, it's amazing. It's amazing. I think we're going to come back from commercial break, and I think we're just going to call it. Kora Jade sat on that bottom rope. She gets up. She is... Yeah, it is referee stoppage. Kora Jade has just walked out the ring. I wondered if she was going to turn around just... I wondered if she was just going to smash into Jordynne Grace there, like, and it be revealed that she was playing possum, but no, I think that's serious, and I think she's legitimately hurt. She, if that's all real, she looked absolutely devastated. There's going to be some real concern for Kora Jade there. I really hope that's nothing serious. Yeah, do you know, it was really hard because we were at a break, and I really thought, is she just doing this because we're at a break and we'll come back and she'll, like, get up and, like, you know, Jordynne will come over and check on her, and then, like, you know, she'll... It's pro wrestling, so, I mean, do you know what I mean? You can't really rule those things out. So I was like, is she just playing possum? Is she playing possum? But heartbreakingly, she was not. And she had in her hands and she was crying, and yeah. That's going to be her third now knee injury, and I don't know what that means for Masha Slamovich and all of that. Not that it matters. I mean, Kora's career is a lot more important. I'm going that it's a work. I think Kora's a good actor, says William. I think she's crying because it's another injury. Tyler said, with the proper build-up, thoughts on Uncle Howdy against the Demon at SummerSlam? Yeah, I'd be down for it, but honestly, I think Uncle Howdy needs to come back. We need to have a bit of a run. I think that's... I think it would be fun, but I think Balor would need to give them a reason to go after him. I mean, he's heel at the moment. I don't think we would struggle to find reasons, but we would need that reason, wouldn't we? Jey Uso, okay, they're going to start announcing people that are going to be at WWE Worlds. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I think it's a match that people would enjoy seeing. I think people would like to see the Demon back. We just haven't seen him in quite a while. Here's Ethan and Javon. Okay, so we're hearing from Ethan. You're going to come to the ring and talk to me. Maybe I became all soft. Javon. If I could break your jaw again, I would do it. I'm the most dangerous I've ever been. I think he's the most captivating he's ever been as well, in my opinion. I'm enjoying the work he's doing now. I wasn't able to talk for 3 months because of you. So we're just hearing from Javon at the moment. Let's do... I mean, do we even do a poll for that match? I suppose we should. Ain't no one gonna hold me down, says Javon. Jared said, I can't help but feel that someone's going to get involved next week. It's too early for Julia or Stephanie to lose, says Jared. Maybe. There are rumours that one of them might be carrying a bit of a knock and that could actually be playing a factor in things. But, yeah, we could definitely set some up. Okay, here's Kale Dixon making his way out. Coming out with Uriah Connors. Is he going to be taking on Trick? One thing I will say about tonight is it is kind of big name after big name after big name. I know Kale Dixon's not a big name, but if he's taking on Trick Williams, and that's coming off the back of Jordan Grace against Kora Jade, and that's coming off the back of Kalani Jada, that's coming off the back of Chelsea and Piper, like... There's not, we're not really going down to that, but this might be where Evolve comes in. That level might now be pushed over there, mightn't it? This might be the new normal for NXT. Right, halftime score then. Trucker Ted, we are at commercial break. I can't remember the flipping words to the songs, though. I've gone with the best I can go with.
Halftime scores. Everybody's the halftime scores. What's your halftime scores? I really want to know. Halftime scores. Everybody, it's the halftime scores. What's your halftime scores? I really want to know.
There we go. That was all right. Chuck and Ted did well, I thought, actually. The problem I've got is I can't remember what the last voice was that I used to switch it back. Right. Geordie said 7.6. Mayor Pete said 6. Draco said 7. Alex gives it an 8. Lisa says 6.20. PJ with an 8.5. We have got Matta with a 5. John with an 8. Suzanne with a 7. Robert with a 9. Jeff with an 8, Who Review with a 5, Katie with a 9, Billy with a 7.6, Kieran with a 7.5. Laszlo said Cora's new ring gear should be a full football uniform. Pads and all. 7.11 said Mr. B. Dro with a 6. Frat House Jersey with a 5. Vic with a 7. Capata with an 8. Daniel with a 7.95. Dan with an 8. Wrestling Proud 87 with an 8. Mackenzie. Scoose with a 6.5. Beast Mode God 1, 7.5. Terry Cook with a 7. Taker 1990, 8.5. Tyler Hayes, 8. Wrestling Russ, 8. Brandon Bevan, 7. Chris 5418. Laszlo W, 6. Duron 66, 6.5. Greg with an 8. Stephen with a 7. Dr. Luchalala said, I love the Trucker Ted halftime. 7. George with a 7. 7 meats. 7 meats out of 10 meats. Kieran with a 7.5. Billy with a 7.6. Katie West with a 9. Who Review with a 5. Jeff N with an 8. Robert with a 9. Suzanne with a 7. John G with an 8. Alan with a 7.75. Eric with an 8. Stephen with a 7. Kareem with a 7.5. PJ with a 7.33% out of 10. To be honest, the women's division, story-wise, is currently better than the men's. Sorry, not sorry. Suck it, Cena. Alex said LMAO. Big Time with a 7. Fun show, but nothing amazing, said Mayor Pete. So the 8+ scores baffle me. Laszlo with a 6. Puta with a 7. Stephen with a 7. A. Jobson 7.5. Alex with a 9. We've got Brony with a 10 because of Hank and Tank probably. Wrestle Night with an 8. Brandon with a 7. Nathan with a 9. Rare Breed said great show. 8 as always. Mr. B with a 7.11. Dro with a 6. Frat Out Jersey with a 5. This is the longest ad break in the world. Jesus. DaBaby 6.5. Laszlo with a 6. Alex with a 9. Tyler with a 6. Hannah always says hello to me, says Tyler. There we go. And finally, we've come to the end. We've come to the end of the commercial break. Right. Should be Trick coming up next. Let's get the vote in for the matches, or this last match. Someone sent me the injury over, did they?
You guys aren't listening. You guys have headsets on, but you're not listening. He has talked about.
So, double underhook. She tries to get it, can't get it. She gets driven back to the corner, drives it into the midsection. That's really weird. It is weird. So here, look, she's got her, and she like drives her back, bang, right? So she's got her shoulder in a midsection. She's nowhere near her knees. And then she said something there. I don't know what she said. Was it my knee? Oh, I thought that was about to show it on here. She says something there, doesn't she? And I don't know what it is. Is it my knee? She grabs her leg momentarily, and then he separates them. And then really, for quite a long time, she's sat on this bottom rope here. The match is called. So it's this bit here where she double underhooks and then gets driven back, and that's it. Weird. Right. I rewatched it. Looks like missed footing on the bottom rope. Ah, here he is. Da 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 da. Whoop that chick. Whoop that chick. Trick Williams coming out. I wonder if we'll get an update on that at all. Whoop that chick. I just read Kora Jade's lips. She says, my knee, it's effed up. So that's what people are thinking. She said, my knee, it's effed up. Whoop that chick. Whoop that chick. What are they chanting? I can't hear what they're chanting, but it's different to whoop that trick. Kale versus Trick. Trick charges over. Boom! Trick shot. Down goes Kale. Bang, 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 bang. Yeah! Ref stoppage. Is out. Is out. Ref stoppage. Trick wins. All time. Flipping all time. Love that. Love that. More ref stoppages. We should do more ref stoppages. Dude's out cold. He can't defend himself. Call it. It's not even a contest anymore. He's done. He's cooked. Here's Eddie Thorpe. Mackenzie said Cora's injury prone. It's bad for the main roster. Where's Eddie Thorpe? Where's Eddie Thorpe? Oh, he's up on that platform. Guys, get your match scores in. Kale got knocked out. Okay, Eddie Thorpe cutting a promo. In 2 weeks, me and you. NXT Undergrounds. I'll see you at the Undergrounds. Eddie Thorpe, Trick Williams, NXT Underground match 2 weeks' time, so it won't be Madison Square Garden. Trick shot, bang! Cal Dixon went down hard. I love how they're presenting him. Right, we're backstage. Roxanne is attacking Jordan. Roxanne destroying Jordan Grace backstage. Oh my God, there's so much drama. There is so much drama. Roxanne attacks Jordan. That was a quick match. Some of the others may have gone just a little bit long, to be honest. Carmella said, let's have the conversations that women aren't having. Is it because I'm a woman? Is it because I had a baby? It feels like a shizzy way to end a 12-year career with a company. I feel like I'm being punished because I had a baby. Daze, at what point do WWE decide to stop pushing Cora because they try to build her up, she gets injured? It's not a good look. I think injuries happen. Injuries happen, and I don't think, I don't think you stop pushing her until you come to the point where her injuries are so much of a problem that actually does she even have a place on the roster? I am not saying that she gets released, right? Let's not get that twisted. I'm actually saying I wouldn't stop pushing her. If you're going to stop pushing her because her injuries are so bad that she is going to keep getting injured, then I would question, does she even have a spot on the roster? You know, Tegan Nox is no longer with us. But I hope that that is not where Kora Jade is at, you know? I hope that that's not where she's at. I hope that this is not that serious. I mean, this might not be a major deal. It might be a little tweak. It might be a bit uncomfortable. It might be wise to stop this match. Might be a couple of weeks recovery. She's back. And then I'd say, fine. We are where we are. But, yeah, I mean, obviously a big concern that she does keep getting these injuries. But, I hope it's nothing major. That's the only thing I can say. Jared said, did Roseanne get released? I think so. I've not seen Roseanne Perez since she was announced the other week, so yeah. Tyler said, I just saw some news that WWE want to renew the Peacock contract next year. Oh yeah. Definitely they would. Getting some good money, aren't they? So they're going to want to renew the Saudi deal, the Netflix deal, the Peacock deal. Definitely. Which way do you think they'll go at Mania? Put the title on heel Cena or delay it? I would delay it. But there's people out there that have said that they would go with heel Cena winning the title. It's a tricky one because if he doesn't win it, then does it make the heel turn look a little bit flat? Does it make the heel turn look like it was a mistake? But if he does win it, then, you know, he's breaking that record. And I really don't think it's going to hit the same if he does it as a heel. So I personally would wait for him to turn back again. But I don't know. Perhaps they traded in the dramatic heart-wrenching moment of him getting 17. Perhaps they decided, let's trade that. Let's trade that. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to have him turn heel, and we'll have that be the moment instead. It'll still be a moment when he gets to 17, but I just don't think it will hit us the same. Right, we are coming back. We got about half an hour to go, kids. About half an hour to go. I'd rather they not renew on Peacock. I'd like everything to be on Netflix, said Robert. They would want more money, wouldn't they? They'd want more money. Just seeing the commentators' reaction to that Trick Williams result. Yeah, they would want more money from Netflix if Netflix were going to pick that up. There we go. Cora's knee is done. Alex said, but if Cena doesn't win, the heel turn is pointless. That is the counter argument. Yes, that is the counter argument. Okay, we are seeing Hardy's and Fraxium, the TNA Tag Team Championships, on the line next week. Ringside News are saying that it was a knee injury. They're probably basing that off the TV show, to be honest with you. I don't know that they're getting that from any source apart from what they've seen. Okay, they're running down the card for next week. Robert said, why would Carmella think that she's being punished for having a baby when we've seen Becky and Alexa go away and have babies? It doesn't make much sense to me, says Robert. Listen, she feels how she feels. I do agree. What's this? Undertaker roadblocks the Stack Show. I'll be at MSG to watch it go down. Undertaker's there. Undertaker's there next week. Jeez. Undertaker's going to be in the house. I'm guessing that's connected with the LFG thing. Okay, they're just talking about LFG. They're talking about next week. Here's Moose. He's doing his press conference. Daze, I went to Norwich, Illinois, Harlem Plaza for the first time. But that's great, Carmen Life. Shout out to you, buds. Hope you had a nice time. So Moose said as soon as this partnership was signed, he knew there was one match that he wanted. And that was the match with Oba. Oba Femi has been one hell of a champion here in NXT. He hasn't been champ that long, to be honest. He can be the ruler of NXT. He just won't be NXT champion. I like his suit. Don't see many pink shirts with red suits, but... I'm going to be the face of this franchise, says Moose. Here's Ava. Roxanne against Jordan next week. Is that Fallon? Why's Fallon not had her rematch? Here's Fatal Influence. Fallon's like, we're going to talk about this now. What's going on? She walks away. Dude, I want to see Ava in action against Fallon. Here's Ricky Saints. Here's Ridge. Harder than last time. Didn't move me. Big win. You shouldn't be here. Ricky Saints walking past Ridge. Now he bumps into Shawn. It's going to be our main event, isn't it? Tony against Shawn. North American Championship. Do we pull the trigger on it? Actually, we should do a poll, shouldn't we? Is he about to become North American Champion? One family versus the other. Who is emerging victorious? Let's do a poll and see which way you think it's going to go. We're at commercial break. When we go back, main events. Will we get a new champione? Will we get a new champion?
I wonder if Mexico is actually getting Backlash in May then, if nothing has been announced minus Clash in Paris.
They could be. They're leaving it really late, though, if they are, aren't they? I mean, they've got to sell those tickets, so I don't know why nothing's been announced yet.
Hannah W.E. Daze. I'm surprised there is nothing confirmed for the PLE after WrestleMania, as it usually gets announced months before, but maybe it's a tie between Mexico and Italy as to what takes place. Thoughts?
Interesting that everyone's talking about this at the same time. Where's this come from? Is it just a conversation in the chat at the moment? Yeah, I'm surprised. I don't know why nothing's been announced. I mean, they can't leave it too much longer.
Dave's thoughts on fans leaking videos of Penta with no mask?
I think it's disrespectful, but I don't know. I think you've also got to be careful, haven't you? I mean, you could make the same argument about the fact that Ray walks around without a mask in public so much these days, and that footage of him leaks as well. Like, fans are going to take pictures, take videos. They're going to want to share them on social media. Is there a degree of decency where if there's a lucha that doesn't have a mask on, that you abide by some code? Not all fans are going to even know of doing that. I don't even know if such code exists, to be honest with you. So for me, I think if Penta doesn't want to be pictured without his mask, then can he go out without his mask? It's a difficult one, that, isn't it? That's a tricky one, because he shouldn't have to live his life in his mask. But then everyone's got a camera phone these days. If he was to go out without his mask on, in, like, you know, and just live his normal life, I wouldn't even know. I wouldn't even recognize him. I wouldn't even know what he looked like. I suppose he's got tattoos that you could recognize him by, but I wouldn't notice. So, I don't know. That's a tough one to have a go at the fans for. It's a tough one to have a go at Penta for. If he's going to be around arenas without a mask on, it's going to happen, isn't it? It's going to happen. But I've not seen this footage, so I can't really say anything. So I don't really have a big read on it, honestly. I think it's a tricky one. I think Penta shouldn't have to live his life in his mask. But equally, I think if the fans see him, they're going to be excited, and they're going to take pictures, they're going to take footage, they're going to want to share it. It's tricky. Big time, shout out to you. Are we getting a new... At the moment, you lot think yes. At the moment, you think we might be about to get a new North American champion?
Big time Baxter. Shawn Spears main eventing NXT and possibly winning the NA title at 44 years old is anything but developmental.
Well, I think I don't know that they've got... I don't know that they've got necessarily big plans for him going to the main roster. I wonder if they're just putting this young talent with him so that he can kind of bring them through, and you know, he can have this group. And I don't know, it's an interesting one. I do agree. It's developmental in the sense of Izzy Dame is with him, and that other guy that I can't remember his name, he's with him as well. So, you know, they're kind of being put in these situations where they're, you know, there's this new family, this new faction. They're going to be wrestling as well. The spotlight will be on them. So, I mean, it's all great for them. I don't know what their long-term plans are for Shawn Spears, though. Ricky versus Spears for Stand and Deliver, said A. Jobson. Okay, Cora, Roxanne, Jordan Grace next week has been added to the cards.
Oh, same here, Mata. I just get chocolate on Easter, and we do a diner just for the sake of some nice food for an evening.
Here's Shawn Spears.
Lisa Brown. Daze, do you think they will rush moving Ricky Saints to the main roster to help Cody? Since Cody is outnumbered, Cody and Ricky are good friends.
No, I don't think so. I think there's plenty of people that can help Cody, Randy Orton, for example. I don't think they'll rush Ricky Saints to the main roster.
The Carmen Live 2. Daze NXT is playing on the See Do For Me tonight because of a President Trump speech. So I will watch tonight's NXT tomorrow night on the CW.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see what gets said in that speech. I think he's doing it right now, isn't he? Yeah, I think he's talking right now. It'll be very interesting. In an unprecedented move, we just saw Congressman Al Green, a Democrat, removed from the House floor. It appears that House floor staff approached Green to ask him to stop. Green had stood up to shout at Trump while shaking a cane. The tension in the room is high. After Green was booted, one Democrat yelled, "Take your hat off," directed to Republican Marjorie Green. Taylor, who's wearing a red MAGA baseball cap. Oof. Well, it does not sound. There's people shaking canes. Someone holding up a sign that says, "This is not normal." Oh, it looks like it's getting a bit heated. Looks like the true drama's happening over at the speech. That's where the true drama is. Pro wrestling's getting left behind. Right, A. Jobson said the new faction haven't done much other than attack people backstage. Well, here we go, look. Smile on the face of Shawn Spears. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of moving parts here, and I'm pretty sure they're all going to be getting involved. Tony against Shawn. How long we got? 17 minutes. The NXT number will likely drop to 570 because Chicago and New York are big markets. Yeah, there's a lot of people saying they can't watch this at the moment. Dak said, who do we think's the next face for the company? I think it's hard. I mean, at the moment, you got Jey Uso, haven't you? Who's kind of really being brought through. He's probably the second big baby face, isn't he? Behind... I mean, I really like Trick in NXT. I think Trick is... I really like him. I think Austin Theory, I've not given up on. Lillian Garcia going big with her announcing here. From Niagara Falls. Shawn Spears. Smile on the face of Izzy. Gotta tell you, this new family looks bigger and stronger. I mean, Izzy is bigger than the Rizzo. Brooks Jensen's got a bit of height to him. Stax isn't the biggest. I can never remember that other guy's name. There's the North American Championship. It's going to be on the line. Main event time. Are we going to get a new champion? James said, HBK has tweeted, people can't watch it in New York, a couple of other places. It will be shown tomorrow for them. Well, there we go. I mean, I think whatever the number is this week, it's going to be a bit of an exception. I think people will understand that. It's a good job they didn't do the flipping roadblock thing this week, isn't it? If they had looked in advance to see that this was going to clash with a State of the Union type thing, then they've done really well. Imagine if they'd have done the MSG roadblock show this week and it was all just not even being shown and it was all disrupted. Tony, hard into the corner, comes out, down goes Shawn. So, clothesline there by Tony. Got Izzy Dame on the outside, shouting in some support. When did Lillian get moved to NXT? I don't think she has been. I don't know if, like, Mike Rome just needed this week off or something. Shot coming in there by Tony. Jared said, I could see Stax turning heel tonight. My God. That would be sick. Imagine if something big like that went down. Imagine that. I'm just sat here thinking there's a chance we could get a new champion. Certainly not sat here thinking Stax is going to turn. But it could happen. Anything can happen in WWE. Against the ropes goes Shawn. Against the ropes goes Tony. Shot committed. A bit of like a Superman punch there. Dax, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the kind words. Stax joining the new family would be crazy, says Pooter. Did you see Raw fell again to 2.6? Oh, no, I didn't know. It's kind of holding around that area, though, isn't it? I mean, if it has dropped to 2.6, that's it's gone down, what, 200,000? It might not even have gone down quite that much, I don't know. It's my... It's my fight. So Tony shouting out to people on the outsides. Looking for a suplex. Boom! Going for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out. Spears looks like Eddie Edwards, said Frankie. Why is this match not a stipulation? They fought for the North American title. I don't know. I think he just wants to get his hands on him, doesn't he? Let's go, Shawn. Let's go, Shawn. There's a couple of Let's Go, Shawn chants. Shoulder barge there by Tony. And again, driving Shawn Spears into the corner. Grabbing him. Bringing him out to the middle. He's looking out at the crowds. Crowd making a bit of noise. Again, shot coming into the midsection. And again. Down goes Shawn. Shawn grabbing a hold of his leg. Big Time said it should bounce back this week coming off the chamber. Nathan said, I could see both a heel turn and a title change. Tony in the corner. Looking to throw in some shots. Bang, bang. And again. Tony goes down. Tony caught in the corner. Shawn comes up. Double knees there by Shawn. So right now, Shawn getting back into the match. We got both sets of families on the outside. Shawn coming over, stomping away. Big Time said, I think we forget that when it was on USA, it had a cushion of 1.6. That was an audience conditioned to tune into USA. Now you're required to pay monthly subscription and navigate to a streaming service. Shawn coming over. Knee to the side of the head. Shawn going over to the referee. Right now, Shawn grabbing Tony, and again, it's really slow. It was so slow, I just looked in the corner to see if we were at commercial break, and we are. I was like, oh, this isn't really reaching the heights I was hoping for, but then I glanced in the corner, and there's like 45 seconds left to go, and we're back from commercial break. I didn't even know we'd gone to commercial break until the action had slowed so much that it became a bit obvious. Shawn went to the outside. He grabbed a chair. He's chucked it back to the outside after the referee had a word. Clothesline. Shawn goes to the outside. Is there any update on Kora Jade's? I think that's what people are going to be wanting an update on. Per WrestleVotes, Kora Jade's injury is not part of an angle or a work. It was not the planned finish to the match. So there we go. It is a legitimate injury coming from WrestleVotes. So that's obviously going to be the big talking point. I mean, I do feel a little bit bad because I was watching that with like a thought of, is she working? Is this, you know what pro wrestling's like. And obviously now that we know it wasn't, like, I wish I'd shown a bit more sympathy. I just didn't know if what I was watching was real or not. It's not my fault. That sucks, says James. Right now, we've got Tony down, Shawn in control, jumping onto the lower back. Nico Vance. Again, looking to pull him back on the chin. It's a camel clutch that's him. William said, Daze, please agree. Oh, yeah. No, I agree, mate. Whatever it is William has just said, I 100% endorse. Elbow to the midsection there by Tony. Shawn in the middle, duck underneath. He's looking to drop down, backbreaker there by Shawn. Tony goes down. Defcon said, my son said that Tony D Elite is a great figure. Well, it looked good. I've not actually seen it like in real life. Your family's done. But yeah, I would agree with your son, Defcon Prime. Tell him he's right. Right, Tony grabbing Shawn. Shot coming in there by Tony. And again, shots coming in over the other sides. Clothesline, down goes Shawn. And again, grabbing him, picking him up. Boom, slamming him down. Tony coming over. Tony the other side as Shawn is climbing up. Spear, no. Joy goes into the corner. Spear, there it was. There it was. 1, 2, Looked like he was going to spear him. He couldn't get it, but then on the comeback, he got it. North American title on the line. Dave's knee injuries are the worst because we saw what happened to Tegan Knox. Nikita wearing those big knee braces. For wrestling, you need a lot of movement. It makes it difficult. Yeah, man, we do see a lot of ACL injuries, don't we? And, it's bad. Back in the ring. Shawn Spears on the outside looking to climb up. Goes up. Big shot to the midsection there by Tony. He's looking to grab a hold of Shawn. Shawn. Down goes Tony. Trying to get a sharpshooter in, and he has. Sharpshooter applied. Tony in pain. Shawn Spears with a sharpshooter, middle of the ring. Tony. That's a tap. Those are taps. I'd call it if I was the ref. Tony just slapped the ring mat, I'd call it. Right now, he manages to kick out of it. Shawn is on his feet. Kick comes in there by Shawn. Tony grabbing him. Suplex. 1, 2. Izzy Dame was trying to get the foot on the rope. There's press there by Riz. Izzy Dame was trying to get the foot on the rope, but Shawn Spears was just a little bit too far away. Now we've got all of the other families getting involved. Vic Joseph's like, I don't quite know if Izzy Dame did get the foot on the rope there, but it was a... Tony goes onto that chair. Stacks knocks into Tony. Oh, that looked accidental. But he's just gone onto that chair. So much for family, says Shawn Spears. He picks him up. He's going to look to put him away. Bang, and he does. Tony in trouble. Tony in trouble. 2. Tony lives. Tony lives. Tony went crashing to the outside onto a chair that was on the floor. But it is a kick out by Tony. The crowd are chanting NXT. NXT, NXT, NXT. Shawn going over. He's got to be thinking, what have I got to do to put Tony D'Angelo away? Crowd are into it. They're making noise. How's this going to go? How's this going to play? Are we getting a new North American champion? He's going to look to try and put him. No, elbow coming in. Elbows there by Tony. Tony looks like he's going to get out. Oh, a little sloppy. On the feet. Up. Oh, no, his back gave out. His back gave out 2, 3, and he gets it. Shawn Spears wins. Shawn Spears wins. Ah. His back gave out. Tony's back gave out. Shawn Spears has done it. Yeah. Oh, no. Luca seems to momentarily have his head in his hands. And there we go, new champion. Are we going to get a little something after? How long we got? We got a couple of minutes. Couple of minutes. The ending kind of sucked. I wouldn't have carried... I don't know, would I have carried on? I think there wasn't really much to the match after he kicks out, was there? I sort of like, though, the fact that he does try to do that spine buster, but his back just gives out. I mean, it sort of shows that there was nothing left. It sort of shows that Tony had nothing left. There is Shawn holding up that championship and doesn't look like there's anything else. Heartbreak. Defcon said, look up Joe Tellersman's football injury. What was that? Is that like horrific or something? He's holding up the North American Championship. There's only one family, my family, as the show comes to an end. A broken leg. A fracture of the tibula fibula. I'm all right with not seeing that. On reflection, I'm fine with not seeing that. Right, get your scores in. Evolve. Yeah, we're back tomorrow. Oh, my God. We're back tomorrow for Evolve. Dax said, Daze, in November, there was an indie wrestling show at my school, and I got to get in the ring. I did a people's elbow on my friend, said Dax. That's really cool. I've never been in a ring. Hannah said, Daze, sometimes I wonder what makes someone injury prone. Jade has been injured for possibly the 4th time. At what point do you evaluate things and wonder what next for my future? Maybe it's genetics. Well, it could be genetics. I mean, I don't really know enough about the knee to know how it differs from person to person. But, yeah, I mean, I would imagine that, you know, I would imagine if you do it once, it probably makes it more likely you're going to do it again. I'd imagine that first time is a big problem. When you do it the first time, it probably makes you more susceptible to it happening again. So it could be genetic, but it could also be just don't do it the first time. I mean, really do whatever you can to protect your knee, your ACL and all of that, because maybe it's one of those that it never properly repairs. And if you do it once, it just can happen again. So, I don't know. I mean, it's obviously going to be heartbreaking for her. You know, the kind of conversations you lot are having about, you know, maybe it's time to think about calling it quits and all of that. She's not going to want to think that. Because if you're in NXT... and someone like her as well, that, you know, we've seen pictures of her meeting wrestlers. She ain't someone that's come from next in line. She's someone that wants this. She wants to be a wrestler. And she loves wrestling. And she ain't going to give up on a dream, is she? She's going to keep going until they say to her, you're done, right? And look, I hope it's not that. I hope it's not that. I hope this is just a little tweak. She's out for a little bit, but this is going to be something she's going to have to manage probably for the rest of her career. And that is going to be difficult. I don't know if there's there's not really much you can do, is there really? I'd say, I mean, is there a different style that she can wrestle so that she doesn't put pressure on her knees? But you're going to have to work the matches against the opponents that you're facing. Sometimes you're going to have to take on a Piper Niven, you know? And sometimes you're going to have to take on a high flyer. Sometimes you're going to have to take on a Rhea Ripley that's going to smash you around. Like, there's just no way of avoiding it, is there really? So I hope it's nothing serious. Certainly don't want to be thinking about how she's got to call it quits or something like that. I hope it's nothing major, and I hope that we can move on from it. At least said, when's the next members stream? There's a championship one tomorrow, and then there is a members one on Thursday. Lisa said, wrestling is brutal on the bones and on the knees. It was a simple takedown to an opponent. It was a simple takedown to my opponent that exploded my knee. And it caused my retirement after an 8-year run on the Tennessee indie scene. Oh, really, Lisa? That's really interesting. You had an 8-year run on the Tennessee independent scene. Dude, that's really interesting. Why have you never mentioned that before? That's really interesting. You had an 8-year run as an independent wrestler? Dude, that's really interesting. An indie wrestler blew his knee out just walking to the ring. It happened. That's true, innit? There's just not going to be a way of preventing it. I mean, if you look at the clip, there's not even... Well, we had a quick look. I mean, she didn't even really do anything. Yeah, I don't know. I can only repeat myself. I hope it's nothing serious. I definitely don't want to be thinking or talking about retirement talk and all that kind of stuff. I hope it's nothing serious. I hope she bounces back from it. Let's wait and see. Hey, Jobson, shout out to you. Lisa said, yeah, I did. It was the best fun of my life. I loved it. Common Lives giving NXT an 8. It's always those easy bumps that injure the wrestlers, says Porky Pig. It really can be next to nothing, can't it? Yeah. Blue Wheel Sonic gives it a B-. Well, I'll tell you what, friends. I need to run away because I am so behind with Unseen today. I really, don't expect Unseen for a while. I'm really behind with it, so I need to go away and start working on that. I mean, normally I try and keep up with the shows whilst the shows run. I haven't even been doing that. So I've got a lot of stuff I need to go and do now. But I'll get the poll out so you can score it on the second channel. I'll ask for your feedback so that we can do that video tonight. I'll get an Unseen out at some point. I'll keep my eyes peeled on any Kora Jade updates. And, yeah, I'll be back again tomorrow as we do Evolve. So we'll be back again tomorrow for a brand new brand, which is going to be from the actual Performance Center. It's not in that building. It's in the other one where they actually train. So I think they're going to use their entrance ramp that they use to practice their entrances. They're going to use one of the rings where they train in. And the only people that are in there are going to be friends and family. I can't wait. It's going to be different, really different. This is the lowest level we've ever gone to. This is not even, well, it is developmental, but it's sort of like even a level below developmental. It's super developmental. It's mega developmental. Let's go. I'm excited. Right, if you are around tomorrow, stop by, say hello. If not, then I will probably see you Friday for SmackDown, which should be tasty. Obviously, there's a lot to explore coming out of Elimination Chamber. And yeah, have a good evening. Appreciate the support as always. And, before I run away, let me write these scores down. I knew I was forgetting something. I've lost my pen. Where's my pen gone? Well, I've got one here. I got a spare. No panic. It was 54 greats. It was 38 goods, 1% bad, 5% all time. Right? Oh, you lot said that was a great match, that main event, though. First match was great. Second match was great. Third match was good, but that was the Kora Jade injury. And main event was great. Wow, you lot really liked the in-ring action tonight. You really liked it. Very good. Okay, thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate it. Bye for now.